Hi, wow, what a great time. Hi, everyone. We're back with another Sapphic Sunday. Can't believe it. Been a week already. Been 4 days in the month. Can't believe it. Crazy. Let's see. Last time we met a very nice princess who totally treated us really well. Like she treated us like so well. We cared deeply for each other. She totally didn't cannibalize me out of love. Totally did not happen at all. What are you talking about? You're delusional. And then after we turned back the clock for a hot minute, we then decided to not go to the castle where we found the princess, and we went to the shore instead. And we found a very lovely mermaid. She was very nice. Gave us a nice conch shell. I gave her a nice flower crown. I think what did I call them? A garland. I think I called it. No, I'm not sure if that's what it is. I think I'm wrong. But we gave her a nice flower crown thingy, and then she offered us a nice invitation to come see her kingdom. We happily accepted, and she dragged us down into the water to her nice her kingdom, like where she's from. And then she kept dragging us, and then we drowned, but out of love. It was out of love. And and then we just turned back the clock because we weren't very happy with that outcome. I guess. And like here's like review of what happened. Let's look at the gallery. Right at the gallery. There it is. Extra gallery. And then we got wow, pages. Oh, I guess it makes sense. This is the mermaid and all her loveliness. Yep. Then we got this is us. Hi, Possum. Thanks for the head pats. I appreciate that. Thank you. Even though that apparently missed my head, I just realized because I'm looking at the preview. That's fine. Yeah. And then this is the lovely princess. Look at her loveliness. Nothing. Yep. Very normal sapphic activities here. I'm noticing a very interesting gap where a fourth thing would go. I wonder what that would mean. Oh well, it must mean nothing. Yes, a very normal average date night indeed. A very kinky one if you ask me with those manacles. Anyways, let's ignore both the shore and the castle, and let's see what the village has in detail for us. So, you want to go to the village? Good idea. Let us see what further trials await you there. What voice did I give the narrator earlier? Not earlier as a week ago, but this night is far from over. As much as you might wish it was, and there's still much and more to discover. I wonder what will happen next. You follow the path which leads to the village, supporting yourself on weary, aching limbs which feel ready at a moment's notice to snap at the knee beneath the burden of your weight. The soles of your feet are screaming at you. You need to lie down and quickly. Hiya, Sophia, Bonlivia. How are you doing this fine sapphic Sunday afternoon? I almost said morning. It's a bit late for morning unless you're that's time and I know that time is still afternoon. Never mind. The only hope as you continue to run that you will find a suitable residence in which you arrest at the village. Going to the promised land and tears of the kingdom. Oh, Bolivia, guess what? I discovered a new duplication glitch in Tears of the Kingdom. But it requires you to have a multi-shot bow and also 4 batteries. So, yeah. I found a way to duplicate a new duplication glitch for 1.1.2. It is very neat. I duped a bunch of diamonds, but my bow broke, so I need to go find new. Gotta find new lino. Gotta find some more linos or something. I wonder where I'm gonna find some bunch of linos. Oh well. Anyways, back to the game. I realize this accent's slowly fucking dying. You have no diamonds. It is truly saddening that you have a diamond in your pocket. Ooh, a lino bow. Nice. You do not know what awaits you at the village, but you have visions as you run of a quaint, scenic settlement. All the thatched cottages with sloping roofs. Certainly there will be a kindly peasant who will be willing to put up with a young runaway for a few nights, days even maybe. You can imagine too the face of this kind peasant from the fairy tales you read in abundance as a small child. She'll be a broad-shouldered and ruby-faced, with dull brown hair crammed beneath a cap. Her arms will be sturdy from many years of washing clothes and milking cows. Like how that milked a goat. Was it a goat or a cow? I think it was a cow. I think it was a cow. That one time she milked that cow and told us about it. Straight from the source, if you will. But she'll be kind to you and compassionate, just like a mother. You don't know what mothers are like. You hardly ever spoke to yours. You're only guessing. You're not a complete fool, however. Despite your tenacity to daydream, you do have a few reservations. Kittens do not, as you know from your ferocious eating, have much money, nor do they have much food. It will be hard to convince a resident of the village, even the kindly washerwoman, of your fantasies, to take in a complete stranger. Certainly, you must try. That is all you can do, really. So, you run to the village. It takes some time before you finally emerge from the woods, but finally, you manage it. How much time, you ask? I can't answer that. Did not say it about that time. It's meant to lose all its meaning. The forest is behind you now, at least, and all the awful nightmares were still within it. It's still cold, though, and still foggy. It is still dark, too. The sun is yet to rise. You can see the moon more clearly now, though you can see the moon more clearly now, though, as it hangs above your head, round as any pearl or orb or crystal bowl. The moonlight shines down below upon the village, nestled amongst the hills like a diorama. Hope anew bubbles within you. You finally made it. Surely not, but your salvation awaits you. You follow the winding dirt path to the village, looking this way and that. But your hope, such a precious, fragile thing, soon begins to fade. The village, up close, does not look half as welcoming as you imagined. There are cottages, yes, but they are in a state of disrepair. There are holes in the roofs and holes in the windows. Most of the doors are tightly shut, but others are gaping open. The kitchen's beyond them, even darker than the night sky which shrouds you. There are no lights on in any of the windows, and neither can you see any people. Insomniacs like you. Yes, insomniacs like you. So let's get some lip balm. And some chapstick. My lips are chapped. Dry ass fucking lips. Hate it. Oh, you found the Master Sword. I guess that makes sense. You did find all the tears. you can't throw the Master Sword, Bunlivia. So no. You cannot dupe the Master Sword. I mean, it's not like you're gonna lose the Master Sword. It doesn't break, so you're fine, right? This is nothing to worry about. You'll have the Master Sword forever. Plus, you just constantly add more things to it. You just make it a fucking a better weapon. Just like put like a fucking Lionel Sword on it or some shit. They make it a cool ass axe that just breaks every now and again. So that's fine because you get it back within like 10 minutes or something. I don't know. Not that long a wait. You can't hear anything either. Beyond the sound of your own footsteps in the low, mournful sighing of the wind. The village is quite quiet. Eerily so. It is immediately obvious, even to the naive girl such as yourself, that something terrible must have befallen this village. You know, before you try, you'll look at one of the houses that nobody wants you. There'll be no kindly red-armed bushwoman to welcome you, no matter how much you wish for it. But that does not stop you from your wishing it regardless. You're not going to rap smartly against the wooden door. Your efforts soon prove, however, to be in vain. There is nobody here to hear your entreaties. How very sad. Try another door. Then another. But the result is the same regardless of how many doors you rap upon. Nobody answers you. How could they? There is nobody there. Once again, you have found yourself all alone. At least, you have found some dwellings in which you can rest your weary head. Oh, the utilities. Well, will you utilize one of these cottages for your purposes? Nobody is here. You might as well. But no. An abandoned cottage is not what you're looking for. You would far rather a companionship, would you not? Bravely, you swallow your tears and you wipe your eyes with the back of your arm in a well-practiced motion. Then inhale. You square your shoulders. And you keep on going. Surely the village cannot be completely deserted. There must be one person here at the very least who can help you. That is what you are thinking as you resume your search. You flit from cottage to cottage with precious little to show for your determination, until you make yet another discovery. This village with its squat thatched cottage bathed in the moon's glow is a church. Well, of course there's a church. The villagers who once dwelled there, but here were not godless heathens. Not that their faith did them all that much in the end. Still, the thought of a church soothes your overtaxed heart. You were so focused on your fantasies of a kindly bushwoman taking you in, you did not pause to entertain the fancy of a kindly nun, doing much the same. All hope is not lost. You heard that? There might be a kindly nun at this nice church. You approach the church, which seems to tower over you despite it being so humble. The church is a small one, but it is stout and sturdy. It must be, for it has withstood centuries, forever standing sentinel on this hill, like a relic from a bygone era. Why is it always something so hard to fucking read the text? It feels like it's really blurry for some reason. The church does not have any stained glass windows, but does not need them. Even without more luxurious trappings, the church still exudes an aura of dignified solemnity. Can I change the text a bit? Can I? What? That's somehow a bit hard to read. It does not change. Huh? Oh, it's full black this time as opposed to a set outline of white, I think. Is there even a difference to the font? I can't fucking tell the difference. The stone building is fringed by a sizable graveyard, one which occupies the rest of the hilltop, and some of its sloping sides. The graves, which have been planted by generations of origins, are hewn from a similar stone to that which the church's walls are made of. Some of the gravestones are shaped like lozenges, while others are shaped like crosses. I guess that you would call it a lozenge. Interesting. Never knew that's how you classified a grave tombstone shape. Gravestones, as they said right there. A handful of headstones are even shaped like angels, though these are few and far between. There are very few people in a village such as this one who could afford such luxurious final resting places. You look at the tombstones with an almost childlike curiosity, forgetting in your examination of this visceral, heart-rending fear which gripped you as you ran through the forest. You are out of the woods now. You have, unconsciously, already begun to relax. You try to read the names hewn into the myriad tombstones, but it is dark and you are tired. And some of these graves are very, very old indeed. You strain your eyes, but you do not have much luck in this endeavour. Oh well. Such superficial details are not important. You evidently are examining the graves in turn. This graveyard is an expansive one, unusually so given the village itself is so small. How can it boast so many corpses? And there is much to explore. You look about the perimeter of the church, casting your gaze first here, then there, then everywhere, consumed as you are by your immense, all-encompassing curiosity. As you do, you see her. She looks like an ordinary girl, small and scrawny, just like yourself, but she is much more than her unremarkable appearance might suggest. For some moments you'd observe her, hiding all the while in the shadow cast by the church, like a fruitive lizard, clinging against the rocky edifice to shroud yourself from the sun. There is no sunlight here, though. There is only the night sky and the stars and the moon. Beneath the moon's light, a silvery implement the girl is clutching shimmers. It takes you a moment to see what it is that the girl is clutching in her hands. It isn't until you see her manipulated, its sharp edge biting into the earth, that you understand. It is a shovel. This girl is standing in an isolated corner of the churchyard late at night, and she's digging a grave. Well, you suppose she could also just be digging a hole for the sake of it? But her work seems much too precise for this to be the result of mere whimsy. Mere fucking whimsy, that. Imagine just digging a hole out of whimsy for fun. Quite funny at that. What interesting hobby you have there, just dig holes for fun. It is hard for you to see her face given the distance between the pair of you. But her posture is one that speaks to supreme concentration. She moves slowly, mechanically, like a woman on a mission, driving the end of her shovel into the earth over and over. Her motions are regular enough to be repetitive. There is something hypnotic, almost in the manner in which she attends this task. Should you risk interrupting her? Do you dare? I get the feeling that she would not appreciate it. The shovel in her hand, meanwhile, is rather hefty. It also looks like it's kind of bent. Yeah, the shovel looks kind of bent. What that? That might just be a artistic thing where you just accidentally bend your lines, and that's fair. I mean, it's very fitting for a sapphic game. That makes sense accent. It's very fitting for this nice very sapphic game for something to not be straight like the shovel. Look at that not straight shovel. That game's just a line straightly. One at a time. If she wishes it, she could cause you no small amount of damage with it. Cold anxiety makes your skin prickle. You do not know if you should risk speaking to her when she is in her dark cloak with her shovel. Looks so very strange. So, but what do you have left to lose? Your head, I guess. You could lose your head. That's besides the point. You've come this far. It would be folly to turn back now. It is with this thought in your mind that you decided to approach the strange girl. Your footsteps are quiet and you have grown accustomed to slinking around like a cat. I like how we're just getting like slow little tidbits of what our character is. Like every time, like she's grown accustomed to slinking around like a cat, very quietly. But why? What for? But they're not quiet enough. The girl's senses must be finely tuned because she blinks. Then she turns. Your eyes meet, and once they do, you feel your breath catching your throat. You do not have a clear view of the girls before concealed as you were in the shadows. But now she is looking at you. You can tell that she is pretty. Her skin is very smooth. Her hair, though obscured by a dark hood, is very fair. Her eyes, meanwhile, are clear, cool blue, like ice. Those eyes of hers, which are large with unease, are fringed with very long, fair eyelashes. She looks as though she stepped out of the page of a picture book. She is simply too perfect to belong to this world. Perhaps she is some kind of vision, a waking dream, a hallucination. But no, she is none of those things. The shovel she is clutching in her hand looks solid enough with the pointed tip glittering wickedly in the moonlight. You steel yourself, expecting perhaps some sort of outburst. But the tension soon drains from the girl's slender shoulders. Her fingers, which once were gripping the handle of her shovel, tightly relax. Her lips curve up towards the edge. She is smiling, and what a smile it is. It is transformative. When she smiles, she looks radiant, angelic almost. Hers is a smile that is so suffused with light that your eyes begin to prickle from it. You are so relieved you almost feel as if you could cry. It would not be the first time you wept during this night, and neither would it be too surprising if you did. You have been through a lot. You must be exhausted. The girl holding the shovel seems to realize this, because she bridges the distance between you cautiously, as one might approach a skittish cat. Then she says in a rough voice, which does not match her dainty appearance, but she does live in a rural village. What were you expecting? Oh, it's good to see another person. It's good to see another person. I was afraid I was the only person left alive. The only one in this world, in this whole world. Now that is quite the effusive greeting. Her introductory speech is riddled with exclamation marks. She's rather more personable than her power would make one suggest. You, a well-bred young lady, cannot help but feel overwhelmed. I'm a well-bred young lady this time? Huh? It is your turn now. Be on your guard. Anxiously you observe the girl with the shovel, and you ask her what she means. What happened? Oh. Do you not know? There is an awful lot you do not know. So much, in fact, it would fill a whole encyclopedia. No, oh no, a whole library. A whole gosh damn fucking library, that. Damn. Jeez, that's a lot of things you don't know. It's a tad concerning, but I guess that's everyone. You shake your head, ashamed at your ignorance, and the girl frowns. You mustn't been from around these parts. I guess I should have known. This village is a small one, and everybody knows everybody else. The girl's expression folds. At least they used to. Back when there was still people to know. That ain't the case now, though. Not after the plague. Oh, there's the plague again! That's the second plague mentioned, I think, right? Maybe the third? It was mentioned, I know it was mentioned in the castle route. I don't remember if the plague was ever mentioned in the shore. I feel like it might have been mentioned by the player, by us, about talking about the mermaid's person. But I know for a fact it was mentioned in the castle route. That is in fact a fact. A very fact. Posture check. Okay, ow. Thanks for the hydrate, Possum. This is for you. Let me just look at OBS real quick. This is for you. And thanks for the head pats, Bonlivia. I appreciate it. Let me just straighten out my posture real quick. There we go. Okay. There was a plague? I guess maybe we didn't mention the plague last time? I feel like we might have mentioned the plague. My hair's on my face. My hair's on my hairs on my neck. I love my hairs in my goddamn neck, like as if that's a normal occurrence in this society. I think it might have been mentioned by us during the shore route, but I might be wrong. Apparently, we don't know about the plague in this route, at very least. There was a plague. That would certainly explain why the village, when you walked through it, was so quiet. Did everybody else succumb to this mysterious illness? That's right. It's just me here now. Well, I forgot what voice I gave her already. It's been I got so confused. I got so tangential about the plague. I forgot what voice I gave her. I have not seen another human being in a long time. It gets so lonely here. Now that is an interesting turn of phrase. It crashes inside your head. Like a buzz. Like a burr. Not a buzz. They're different. A buzz and a burr are two different things, that. Have you heard it before? You do not have much time to ponder this, however, because the guard takes a step towards you. Oh, what were my manners? They must have been rusty after being on my own. After being on my own for so long. My apologies, miss. You look like you've come a long way. You said you were a traveller, yes? And your hands are very cold. Just like ice. Would you like to come inside? Maybe have something warm to eat and to drink? My home's small and I'm afraid my food ain't nothing fancy. Wait, I've got an idea. I have the best accent for her. If I can figure it out. Would you like to come? Would you like to come inside? Maybe have something warm to eat and to drink? My arm's small, I'm afraid. That's the same accent I was doing the narrator for. My food ain't nothing fancy. My food ain't nothing fancy. But I'd be more than willing to share it. It's not every day another girl steps by, especially not one as pretty as yourself. That's the same. I keep scorching by accident. How do you do the southern draw again? It's gone gosh darn so long since I've done a southern draw. It's not every day another girl stops by, especially not one as pretty as yourself. I'm going Scottish again for fuck's sake. God damn, can't keep an accent. I can't get me Applejack done. I can't do Applejack. Gosh fucking damn it. It's gosh damn problem. I always just default to Scottish for some fucking reason. Slowly go to Scottish non-stop. I'm feeling rather blessed. I found it. The girl laughs a carefree, airy sort of laugh, which does not match her initial impression of herself. Your initial impression of her. You thought, when you saw her among the graves, that she would be more distant, somehow, and more mysterious. Perhaps you're mixing up her with somebody else. I wonder who. You are still unsure if you can trust Scar, but her invitation is an appealing one. It is much more appealing, certainly than spending the night outdoors in the cold, keeping at the graves. What are you? A romantic poet? Please. You make a show of pondering the girl's invitation at the very least. You do not want to appear too eager. But your acquiescence is, alas, an inevitability. Why would you ever refuse her? She is the first friendly face you have seen all night. Surely, without her, you would be all alone. Your hostess leads you to a small, humble home located but a stone throw away from the church. Ow. Fuck you, Bruno. Your hostess leads you to a small, humble home located a stone's throw away from the church, built in the shadows of a twisted, towering Ow. Ow. Okay, but let me here's two hydrates for you. 1 and 2. Just for you. Since you asked so nicely. Just a throne's throw away from the church, built in the shadows of the twisted, towering sycamore. This was sycamore? Good to know. New jacket? Yes. I have to take the jacket off. Put it back on. And toggle between the sapphic outfits. It's a new jacket for Pride Month, Bruno. It's the June of Pride Month. The goddess home is in such a state, it seems fully to even call it a home.
Yeah. Oh, what?
Don't grind on you. Don't grind. What are you? Don't grind at me. Don't grind. What are you doing? What the fuck? What, Bruno? What the Bruno? What the fuck are you talking about? That's disgusting. That's disgusting, Bruno. I'm not gonna grind at you. That's weird. It's disgusting. Yeah. Hovel, you would call it at the most appropriate description. Hovel would, to you, be the more appropriate descriptor. Don't grind at me! Fuck you. Fuck you, Bunlivia, you gosh darn bastard. You fucking bastard, Bunlivia. Fuck you. But when your hostess leads you inside, her eyes alive, and she says, Southern draw. Southern draw. Here we are. Home sweet home. That's Scottish again. Well, Asha, here we are. Home sweet home. You don't have the heart to tell her that you don't find her home very homely or very sweet. That would be incredibly rude. As a guest, you ought to be more appreciative. Gosh darn country girls can't. Okay, this is how you do country ass. God, remember that in my head. My gosh darn head, gotta keep that fucking shit in there. Half-heartedly, you look around your newfound surroundings. The ceiling is supported by wooden joints, and it is perilously low. Not so much that you are in danger of bumping your head, but just enough to feel claustrophobic. There is a fire in the corner, though. It is not consigned to a grate, like the one in the castle we talked it to go to. The fire instead is blazing in the open. A circle of logs sits alight, like the scene from a witch's kitchen. Above the fire hangs a silvery pot, suspended from one of the wooden eaves. Eaves? Other objects of interest are hung from eaves. From the eaves, iron supplements. Iron implements, not supplements. iron implements you take to be cooking utensils, various herbs and strips of meat left to cure. The smell of cooking fills the air, mingled with the sharp, sour scent of unwashed bodies. How, you wonder, does your hostess clean herself? You do not see a bathtub anywhere. Perhaps she does not possess one. The goddess' home is unremarkable in every regard, but it is, you suppose, better than nothing. At least there is a roof above your head, and food to put in your belly. The girl looks to the pot, suspended over the fire, which she gives it to stir with a ladle. Then she brings the ladle to her lips to taste whatever concoction she is brewing within it. You can only hope that she is not like the weird sisters from that famous play, brewing a broth with plenty snake fillets. Yes, I think it's just about done, the girl says to nobody in particular. She sets the ladle down back into the pot, then looks at you and smiles. You want something? It looks as though you'd come quite a long way, and you must be hungry. And you must be hungry. That's Scottish again. Hey, really? Oh, fucking god, that. Oh, gosh darn tootin'. You want something to eat? You look as though you've come quite a long way. You must be hungry. These words are like music to your ears. Even more divine than the trumpets of God, the most loyal angels. Weird descriptor, but okay. You are hungry. You could eat a horse. How hungry are you? A horse? How hungry are you? Not that there are any horses in the immediate vicinity. Don't eat horses. They're not very appetizing. I can only imagine. You express your interest in to your hostess, who smiles in response. I thought you'd like the sound of that. Just give me a few moments. The hostess retrieves two earthenware bowls from a cupboard with rickety hinges, into which she pours two hefty helpings of whatever it is she is cooking. This she serves with bread, which is so hefty it could be used as a murder weapon. Murder on the Express, the Orient Express. Oh, fucking no. It's not much, I'm afraid. It's not much, I'm afraid. I've only soup and bread. It should take the edge off your appetite, though. I thank your hostess for her hospitality, your stomach rumbling all the while. The soup does not look like anything you would typically consume, but the soup's poor presentation does not dissuade you. Or disturb you, I guess, that much. You don't have to fucking consume it, nonetheless. Even though it looks disgusting and weird. It is true enough that people eat first with their eyes, but when one is hungry enough, one becomes obligated enough to eat almost anything. Even a horse, apparently. Why else do you think the people, when stranded upon desert islands, will resort to cannibalism? Well, cannibalism is quite the interesting topic to talk about, isn't it? Humans are creatures of necessity. You look like you like to wrap yourself up in pretenses, but in actuality, you are not much better than animals. You are so hungry, your stomach is aching empty. That you certainly descend upon your food like an animal. Your teeth grit, your incisors blame, and soon You can assume all that your horse has offered you. Your horse just watches while you eat, and she giggles once you're finished. Did you enjoy the meal? Did you enjoy the meal? I can't do this on the draw again. Did you enjoy the meal? Oh, catch your horse's gaze suddenly abashed. You were so hungry you failed to account for her judgment. Now you have some food in your belly though, and you have been suitably warmed. Your old self-consciousness is returning. Did you not make food? Did you not make a fool out of yourself? You demur slyly looking at your lap, fearful all the while of what the horses might think of you. You do not want her to take against you. Fortunately for you, however, and your fragile ego, your horse is not the judgmental sort. She's not like the girls you grew up with. Well, I'm glad you enjoyed it. It's nice to see your food being appreciated so heartily. I don't know how to laugh for the southern drawl. Gosh darn accents with their weird laughs and mean able to do properly. Hit the non-dial. I know I'm not the best, but I've been practicing for a long time while I used to cook for my father all the time, you see. Mr. Mark catches your attention. Quizzically, you look at your hostess. You bash yourself for your animalistic eating habits suspended. What happened to her father? That's not the Scottish accent. Oh, darn it. What happened to her father? It seems grim. It seems a grim thing to contemplate after having eaten, but didn't your hostess mention something about a plague? Yeah. Your hostess says, her voice soft now and serious. That's right. That's right. There was a plague. And what about the villagers? What about her father? I've lost the accent again. My brain is slowly dying. It's great. I forgot how airy and lightheaded I get when I use a Scottish accent. I regret doing that. I'm changing the narrator's voice accent now because I am gonna fucking pass out at this rate. Jesus Christmas. Let's see. What's the villagers? What of her father? They're all gone now. Gone? Yes, you see, your hostess rearranges herself upon her chair. One slender leg folded over the other. One slender leg folded over the other. I like how I said I'm going to do the action here. I'm doing it again, so. Then, she begins to tell in earnest. My family's history, we've been living here for centuries. By the church. So we can attend to the graveyard. So this abode is centuries old then? It would certainly explain the dirt. My father used to prepare bodies for burials. My father used to prepare bodies for burials back when he was alive. He built the coffins and he dug the graves and he lowered the coffins into the dirt. Gosh darn contracts not being able to continue over or forever. I know it must sound like an awful job, but somebody's got to do it. There's no sense of averting your eyes from death, not when it happens to the best of us. It's no profession. One that's been handed down in our family for generations. My father's father's gravedigger, and so was my father's father's father, and my father's 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 father's. What a feeling you're getting. I don't know what you're talking about, Bolivia. I would do nothing of the sort. I would not preserve you like that. That I am but a humble gravedigger in this abandoned village. What might make you think I would do anything of the sort, Bolivia? I'm quite offended you'd think that. I'm gosh darn tootin' offended about that. Gosh darn tootin'. That's not a real sentence. Digging graves is in our blood. That's who we are. My. That was a surprising pretty speech. That was a surprisingly pretty speech. Coming from a girl who lives in a countryside girl. Now I'm in a Scottish accent. You know, both the accents I chose are very airy. I'm gonna just have to stick with the country for the girl, and then figure out a different accent for the narrator for right now. Jesus Christmas. I have made horrible life choices with its accents. That was surprisingly... no. That was a surprisingly pretty speech coming from a girl who lives in the countryside. A girl who is without much in the way of education. It is appropriate. It is apparent just to listen to her and the way she slurs her syllables together that she has never had an elocution lesson. Not like you. That is a determination, however, to her in the power and pride in her genealogy. Genealogy? Which gives her a respectable aura. You cannot help but be impressed. So you ask your hostess, does that mean her, does that make her in a long line of grave diggers? Yes. Why, yes, your hostess, the grave digger says. That's about right. Though I was never supposed to be a grave digger myself. It's not a woman's profession. That's what everybody says. My father didn't mind that though. He taught me everything he knew and then some. I might be a woman, but I've plenty of a body strength. I could dig grave just as well as my father could, without breaking a sweat. To the spirit of my mother up in heaven, I'm sure. I'm sure if she were still alive, she'd rather I focus more on feminine pursuits, like basket weaving or sewing. To better attract a suitor. Not that would do much good now. There's nobody around who'd count me. Not for miles and miles. Quote me, not count. I can't read. And what of your mother? She died when I was very young. During childbirth. I was only 5 years old. That doesn't make sense. Unless she died giving birth to your sibling. How did she die during childbirth and you're only 5 years old? Probably to a sibling. But also, if it's just, you're not gonna mention your sibling at all. That's the weird part. Oh, well, I can relate to her, at least on this point. Your parents are not dead, at least not as far as you are aware. But you have not seen them in an awful long time. They sent you away as soon as you were old enough. and they never once bothered to check up on you. This narrator keeps changing their accents. Not every chapter now, every goddamn 10 minutes. Because I can't fucking remember how to do half the accents, and when the accents go damn airy, and it's giving me a fucking light head. For many years, there have been no letters, nor any visits. You offer the gravekeeper your condolences. You do not know if they will help, but you feel like you cannot say nothing. That would seem heartless. The gravedigger, however, does not seem too upset by this turn of events, because she smiles, and albeit somberly. It's alright. It was ages ago. I don't remember her too well, and I've never really had the luxury of sitting around feeling sorry for myself. I had too much work to do. Around the house, you ask? That too, I was the oldest child, so it'd be my job after my mother died. I managed sweeping, the floor and cooking. Oh, and looking after all of my siblings, to all of your siblings. You blink inquisitively, and then glance around your hostess's humble lodging. You do not see any siblings in the immediate vicinity. Where could they be? Dead. They're dead. Girl, they're dead. The gravedigger must have noticed your roving eyes. You are not being exactly subtle. Because she shakes her head. I had siblings, 2 younger brothers. They're both gone now. Oh. You should have known. Ma'am, are you dumb? There's a plague? She said literally no one else is alive except she hasn't seen a living person in ages. Bruh. But you two together? Jesus Christmas? You apologize to the gravekeeper for your lack of tact, but she does not seem upset by this faux pas. Don't apologize, not your fault. My brothers weren't long for this world. Anyway, the youngest, he died when he was still a babe. The oldest, he died before he reached double digits. I was upset about it at the time, of course, but I've come to terms with it. I ought to bury my siblings, probably. Life's a fleeting thing in this wicked old world. That's something you learn at this trade. Digging graves, I mean. I've dug graves for the elderly and the infirm, but I've also dug graves for young babes like this, in their swaddling clothes. That's the nature of death. It comes for all of us in the end, no matter how old you are, no matter how much money we have, no matter how good nor bad we've been. It's the great equalizer. Like taxes. Or so I've heard. Like taxes. A dog, a chill creeps down your spine as you listen to your host's speech. She is not wrong, but the inherent mortality of all humankind is not something you wish to contemplate. It is too disturbing. For the longest time, my family was the small one. It was just my father and me, but that was fine. It was all I liked. It was how I liked it. I was very happy, even if our lives weren't the best. I've never had any fancy clothes to wear, and we can't dine on the finest foods in the grand scheme of things. In the grand scheme of things, we ain't nothing that special. But I've always felt otherwise. I thought I was blessed. I was blessed. I knew hardship, of course, and the famine. But that's just the way life is around here. When food supplies were low, we always helped out one another out. I had my father, but I also had the rest of the village. We all looked after one another, and things always worked out in the end. At least, they did. Until the plague had happened. Yes, Todd mentioned the plague. several times. You have been wondering when she was going to return to that topic. For some reason, you were wondering that fact. What for, though? Maybe to have more info on what the plague entailed, seeing as I do not know about the plague for some odd reason. Why have I been living under a rock? Probably so. You suppose the plague is the reason that the village, as you traversed it, was very, very empty. You'd suppose right. The plague tore through the village. I don't remember when. It feels like it was a while ago, but maybe it wasn't all that long ago after all. It feels like I've been on my own for centuries, but your hostess's eyes begin to cloud over. It looks as though she's entrenched within her own memories. What could she be remembering? You've never seen a plague before, though you have heard of them in your history lessons. The history professor was quite enthusiastic about the subject. Why? Why is that? Why are you enthusiastic about the plague? That's a bit of a weird thing to be enthusiastic about, Professor. She talked about piles of dead bodies stacked up in the streets and stacked up in the wooden carts, come to take them away, and with no sort of a plume. She was a strange woman, your history professor. I wonder why. The plague came on very suddenly. There was no warning. One day, everyone was fine. In the next, they were all dead. It was no small amount of anxiety that... That's the wrong accent. There's no small amount of anxiety that you are the gravekeeper, grave digger, gravekeeper, same thing basically. Then you ask, weirdly, surely they could not all have died. Is that not an exaggeration? Oh, if only. I wish I was exaggerating, but it's the truth. Honest to God. People of the village died. One after another. Just like that. I saw what that plague does to people firsthand. My father was one of the first people who caught it. I think one of the bodies which came through that we buried must have had it. Not that I know for certain, but I'm just guessing. My father didn't have any easy time at it. His skin turned all gray and clammy, and he complained of a horrible fever. There were night sweats and stomach cramps. And then, there were the boils. The boils. Pustulous. They were the size of eggs and they were full of pus. Pustules, not pustules, pustules. They were the size of eggs and they were full of pus. When they burst, it stunk. The whole house was full of it. Stink of death. The wise woman of the village came to see if she could be of any use, but it was no good. My father was too far gone already. She took one look at him lying on his deathbed and she shook her head. She said she didn't want to get any closer. I can't say I blame her. It was a ghastly sight. I didn't appreciate it at the time though. I felt like she was turning her back on us. I wished her well. I wished her ill. I remember that after she left. Until a few days passed and she felt sick too. Then I felt bad for cursing her. I couldn't help but worry if it was all my fault. It's the I know, but Gravedigger closes her eyes. Seems to squeeze her lips. Her lips together until her lashes melt like flecks of fallen snow. Her shoulders, which are very slender, are shaking. She looks as though she might at any moment fall apart. It wasn't long after that the rest of the village fell ill. They all had the same symptoms as my father. Clammy skin, fever, and the boils. Boils grew, and they burst in, and they did die in screaming, sicky agony. Dustin. My father died too, only 3 days after he fell ill. But I think even that was for 3 days too many. I didn't want my father to die, of course. I did everything I could to help him, but it was all pointless. None of my herbal salves had any impact. Give me a hot minute. Hot minute over, I'm back. I could help him, but it was more pointless. I read that already. Okay, cool. Get it back. I couldn't make a blind bit of difference. All I did was stand about his bedside, telling him it'd be alright, until his eyes sank into his skull like two black stones, and his mouth dried out. During that last day before he died, he must have been a corpse already. He didn't look at me. He didn't speak to me. He just lay in bed with his eyes closed, groaning. I never wished any ill on my father before, but during those moments The gravekeeper squeezes her hands, until resting upon her black-clad lap into fists. She trembles. Then, in a voice throbbing with awful emotion, she says, I wish he just died. I wish he had just died. Well, based on her anecdotes, it does not sound like she had overly long to wait. I wonder if she would consider that a silver lining. No, perhaps not. The gravedigger is still shaking. She will not cry, will she? You hope not. Awkwardly, you look at the gravedigger. You're not sure how to soothe her, but you know you must make some sort of an effort, even if it is a token one. You sit upon your chair, which feels very cold and hard beneath your thighs. Then you say very softly that you're very sorry. It is not much, but it is all you can think of saying. You had thought initially that your situation was comparable to that of the gravedigger, But now that you see that this is not the case, her suffering was far striped your own. Not that suffering is a competition, of course. No, no, no. My apologies. Your apology feels inadequate to your ears. Largely because it is, but the gravedigger seems not to mind it. She's very big-hearted, this girl. That girl, she to smile at you, so no matter how foolish you might be. Do you really deserve his kindness? Again with the again with the apologies. It's alright, like I said, you didn't cause any of this. I'm not upset at you. I'm just recounting what happened. What happened? Happened is all. I do wonder though, why I never fell sick myself. I thought I was gonna die, so I'd already prepared for the Reaper to come and take me away. But maybe he wasn't interested. Maybe he'd already satiated his appetite on all the others. That, or maybe he thought he'd have to leave me alive for practicality's sake. With my father gone, who else could tend to the dead? I was the only person left by the end of it, so I had to bury the people in the village. They're all resting peacefully now under the earth, where the plague can't reach them. On the one hand, I'm happy for them. They were able to escape from all their suffering. Then I think about all the people I've lost, though. The gravedigger tenses. Then she sniffs. Then I think about the kindly washerwoman who helped me scrub the mud off and the dirt from my clothes. Aha! So the village did have its fair share of washerwomen. After all, it would seem your earlier insistence upon this particular point was not without merit. Yes. Yeah, that's what's important about this. The whole, that there was, in fact, an actual washwoman. And the handsome young farmhands who used to flirt with me. The priest who preached at the church, who told us wonderful tales of paradise. And the children who would skip stones in the lake and play hopscotch in the streets. I can't help but feel so lonely. The gravedigger's eyes begin to shine. Once she has finished her address, with tears but she does not let them fall. She is being very brave, much more so than you are. Anxiously, you extend the hand towards her, meaning to... What? Give her a hug? You do not know her well enough. Pat her head? That would be... infantilizing. Squeeze her hand? Perhaps that would be misconstrued as a romantic overture? And is that the last thing? And that is the last thing you want. You intended more that your fair share of teasing over that. You endured more than your fair share of teasing over that. You sit there for a few moments, paralyzed by indecision as the gravekeeper poorly suppresses her sniffles. In the end, you let your arm drop back to your side, your hand rests upon your lap, as useful as a damp kindling. You do not know what to do with it. You do know that she ought to say something, though. To show that you heard her plight and that you care. You do not know what this something should be, however. No words could ever console the gravekeeper. They would never be enough. They can offer some balm, however, to the bereaved, and so after a pause, just long enough to be awkward, you offer your condolences. What else can you say? Oh no. The gravedigger replies, waving a few straight tears away from the back of her arm, the back of her arm. It's alright. I've grown used to it. Really. Being on my own, I mean, it ain't so bad, really. And not alone anymore now, at least. I've met you. You'll keep me company, won't you? Well, what can you say to that? You aren't callous enough to trample this poor girl's hopes, are you? Are you now? You disgusting motherfucker. You know full well yourself how awful that feels. You can't do nothing but to know the response which makes the girl smile more widely soon. Still. That's wonderful. I know you're just a traveler who's passing through, but I can offer you bread and a board until you leave. I have food enough and a spare bedroom. I can make it up for you right now. I can make it for you right now. You must be tired. You must be tired after your long journey. Just give me a moment. The gravedigger rises to her feet in a flurry of excitement and retreats. You watch as she departs, a little too eager to please and frown. The goddess' home is a small, humble one with a low ceiling and slanted walls. You cannot imagine such a small dwelling possessing a spare bedroom. This so-called spare bedroom is, in all likeliness, the room her father slept in before the plague carried him off. You do not think that you would much like to spend the night in the room of a dead man? But, what choice do you have? You are tired. Wretchedly so. Why, it is all you can do to keep your eyes open. Bunlivia. That's scandalous. That's scandalous, Bunlivia. That's scandalous. I didn't even do that with the princess who I took care of. Oh wait, no, I did. Shit, I did. Fuck. That didn't work. That argument didn't work. I didn't sleep with the mermaid. Oh shit, I slept with the fishes. Fuck. I did end up sleeping with the fishes. Okay, maybe you have a good point, Olivia. Maybe you win this one. Yeah, I already said I said that joke already. I love the delay on the stream. Yeah, damn! I beat you to the punch. Just the damn. The singular damn. Oh, my neck hurts. What the fuck? While you were running through the forest, desperate to escape your pursuer, you had no thought in mind beyond finding some safe sanctuary in which you could recuperate. Now that you have found some sanctuary, my neck still hurts. I'm just gonna do this. I can rest my head in this weird position. While you have found said sanctuary, it would be irreasonable to find fault with it. You ought to you ought to learn to be more thankful for what you have. There are many people in the world with less. You rise and follow the gravekeeper when she has finished her preparations to her so-called spare bedroom, which is every bit as camp as you feared it would be. At least there is a bed, which comes as something of a relief. The rest of these lodgings are so humble you are expecting a straw pallet. As tired as you might be, you cannot lie to yourself. You have no desire to sleep amongst the hay like an animal. The sheets of the bed are clean, to a fact you discern with a cursory glance. So you will not be expected to sleep upon the sweat-soaked linen of a plague-ridden man after all. This is, really is your lucky day. I got this too, the gravekeeper says somewhat shyly as she hands you a folded gown. Just sleeping, I thought it might come in handy. Your own clothes are, a little shabby. You can say that again. Your skirt is covered in mud and the hem is torn and ragged. Ragged. This nightgown is one of my old ones, so it's suffered a bit of wear and tear. But I hope it'll fit alright. Wow, we're already sharing clothes. We're already sharing clothes. That was real fast. It's clean if nothing else. You accept the nightgown from your benefactor with words of thank you. With words of thanks. You want to sound appropriately appreciative, but you cannot mask your fatigue. Weariness overcomes you and you yawn, a fact the gravekeeper does not fail to notice. Oh, begging your pardon, I don't want to keep you. I'll be making myself scarce if you need anything. Though I don't hesitate to ask, I'll be happy to help. The gravekeeper. What is even her name? We're spending a night in this girl's house, but we don't know her fucking name yet. Gee, at least for the princess, we learned her name within the first 20 minutes. The gravedigger bows her head to you like a drudge, then hurries off, closing the door behind her with a thud. Tired though you are, you soon find that you rather miss your hostess's company. Really? Do I really? In the face of her good-natured smile, you almost forgot all of the hardships you've been hitherto endured. In her absence, however, your lodging feels almost unbearably cold and inhospitable. You suppress a shudder, then unclothe yourself. You work as quickly as you can, as you're able to, but your fingers are cold and they fumble with the button of your blouse. It takes more time than you would like to complete this endeavor. But you soon have your shirt and your skirt dispensed with. Sorry about that. You are too tired to fold them neatly, so you do not bother to fold them at all. Instead, you cast them carelessly upon the floor, as defiant as a sulky child, and pull up on your new nightgown. Your hostess's earlier warning were apt enough. It is quite warm, but it fits well enough. It is more suitable, at least, than your old uniform. You have endured worse. Newly dressed and ready for bed, you loosen your hair from your braids and settle down amongst the sheets. With a sigh, you extinguish the weakly flickering candlelight which burns in your bedside, and with another sigh that you lay your head upon your pillow. So physically exhausted, You have to wonder whether you will be able to sleep at all. You can recall your previous dash through the forest in such vivid detail. Your heart is still pounding. That fear has yet to leave you. Perhaps it will never leave you. Your terror was such. It almost feels as though it has suffused itself into your bones, into your very being. But your exhaustion is greater than your worldly anxieties, and soon it claims you. Your eyelids fall shut, your breathing inevitably begins to even out. It is not long until you are spiraling through a dark, deep abyss, lost in Morpheus's kingdom. But your sleep, despite your wearied state, is not as restorative as you had hoped. Your imagination has always been overactive. Even at the conservatory, you were frequently beset by dreams of the most vivid nature. The dreams that you have this night. The dream that you have this night, lying beneath an unfamiliar sheet upon an unfamiliar bed, are no less intense than usual. In your dreams, you are back at the conservatory, the place where this adventure of yours began. I was worried for a second, I didn't turn it off. I was like, oh wow, that's awkward. You are wearing the crisp white blouse you once discarded and the grey, unremarkable skirt. Your hair is tied in braid and your eyes are downturned, forever focused upon your feet. You tried not to look at your classmate, and you thought yourself fortunate if they did not look at you in return. You do not want anybody to notice you. Until that awful winter, that is, where everybody stopped paying attention to you for good. Nobody tried to trip you when you walked past them in the hallway. Hallway is a word I just said. Nobody, in fact, so much as glanced at you. All of a sudden, there was no malicious whispers, no wicked laughter, no pulled hair, no thrown objects. You were giddy with relief at first over this newfound means of tormenting you. This newfound means of tormenting you that your classmates had devised. But this little game, that of complete and utter disregard, continued on, and as the days grew shorter and the nights grew longer, as the time passed, you began to fret as the state of your own corporeality. Could anybody still see you? Did you even exist at all? Then, at long last, you found it. Quite by accident, the source of all your woes. One of the girls had erected it in the forest, though through which you were sometimes bidden to jog for PE. Beneath the shade, passed by an old oak tree. It was a makeshift tombstone. A small, meager monument made of stone, upon which one of your classmates had hemmed a name. Your name. You knew it at once, as you stood there, standing beneath the shade of this ancient tree, that this was the reason behind your classmates' silence. This was why they had, for many months, been ignoring you so as stupidly. They had buried you. In their hearts, you had already died. Your eerie dream is not withstanding. You sleep more comfortably, than you had anticipated. When you wake the following morning in the sweet chirpings of birdsong, you feel well rested, albeit woozy. Your head is aching. It is nothing, however, that a cup of hot tea cannot fix. Where am I getting hot tea from, lady? You think the grave digger has hot tea just sitting around? Like you stumble in the kitchen with your nightgown, your hair loose and your feet bare, and the grave digger turns to you. He looks at your face, which is pasty, and your under eyes, which are dark, and examine the manners of one accustomed to solving problems, not complaining about them. Oh, you look awful. I think you need something warm to drink, and maybe you need something to eat too. Let me get started on breakfast. And that is exactly what she does. She gets started on breakfast, which proves to be quite the simple affair. Nothing like the luxurious food you were accustomed to in your past life. The bread is hard enough to break your teeth on, and the ice... The cheese is a bit too strong. Yes, the fucking ice. Great job, ice. Yes, the ice. What the fuck am I on? What the fuck kind of shit am I on right now? Like that's a fucking ice. This is fucking Christmas. I'm crazy. It is food all the same though, and you do not complain. Your stomach was beginning to grumble. The tea is inoffensive at least, and you drink it gratefully. You thank the grave digger girl for her hospitality, and she smiles at you in turn. A sunny smile. A field of blooming bellflowers, if you will. And I do. And I do will. It's no problem. Don't hesitate to ask me if you need anything else, she says. She says her words, which come to symbolize your relationship. You stay with the grave digger for many, many more days, and limited though her means might be, she always tries to help you. But what's her fucking name? What's her goddamn name? We've spent how long with this lady? And we didn't even think to ask her name. Like, bruh. What am I on? What kind of fucking shit am I on? I don't ask the my hostess her goddamn name. What kind of person am I? The gravedigger says you chores about the house to keep you occupied. A fact that for which you are grateful. You know, just occupying yourself with something to do, not just standing around doing jack shit. I mean, maybe you can occupy yourself by asking what her fucking name is. Have you considered that? Why we don't know her goddamn name? It could be useful. Knowing her fucking name. Just a thought. Just a thought. Maybe her name would be useful. But I don't know. I think I'm delusional. I could just be gosh darn delusional. Who fucking knows? Clearly not me. Clearly I haven't a goddamn clue. It's not the advisor. You need to do something to keep your mind off your frantic flight through the forest. As if I'm currently still fighting through the forest. I'm not, though. I stopped doing that a while ago, didn't I? Did I stop fighting around the forest? Ages ago. You can almost forget about it now during the day. During the night, however, it returns to you. It's under your feet, against the foliage. And the swirling fog. Fog. No, it's not frog. Fog. The swirling frog. The swirling frog. Yes, the swirling frog. The frog. What the fuck am I on? When you sleep, you are assailed by nightmares. Sometimes you awake after midnight, the sheets twisted around your body and your mouth agape, gaping open in a parallaxium of terror. Though you try to tell yourself otherwise, you are still afraid. Well, everyone's going live now. What a time. Being with the Gravekeeper, you don't know her name yet, for fuck's sake. What's her name? Makes you feel less so, though. Practically. Particularly when you are sweeping the floor. Being with the Gravekeeper makes you feel less solo, particularly when you are sweeping the floors or keeping an eye on the bread loaves as they did not burn, as they do, because things burn. Duh. Things do burn eventually. Nothing just stays in the oven for ages and doesn't burn. You dummy. Fucking stupid bastard, stupid idiots. Gosh darn idiot. You attend to most of the domestic chores, while the Gravekeeper concerns herself with the works she knows best. That these, digging graves. Duh. Her dogged persistence when it comes to this pursuit intrigues you. So much so that you can't help but posit a question to her on one particular morning when the sky is festooned with festooned? Festooned is an interesting word. Festooned with clouds. Why, you ask her? Perhaps a touch insensitively? Do you continue to dig graves? There's nobody left, after all, to dig them for. You've always been practical and you can't see the point in it. What's the point in it? The gravedigger pondered. The gravedigger ponders while holding her precious shovel to her chest. Fortunately, she does not seem upset by your question, despite its bluntness. You should count yourself lucky. Her temperament is so very placid. I don't suppose there is any point in it, really, the gravedigger eventually says with a small smile. Ah, no, it doesn't make any practical purpose. But it doesn't have any practical purpose, but... Well... digging graves is what my father did. He showed me how to do it, so I could continue his legacy. My father wanted to keep our family tradition on go. Family tradition. My father wanted to keep our family tradition going. And I suppose I want to do the same. That's all there is to it, really. That's all there is to it. I think you can understand that. Though your companion's actions might appear to be illogical, there's a cardinal that reason nestled amongst them. She does not dig graves out of any sense of purpose. She does it instead out of sentiment. Besides, I have to do something to keep myself busy, don't I? If I spent my days idling all on my own, I think I'd go mad. The gravedigger laughs at this, as though the prospect of her own madness is amusing. Her laughter, despite her slender stature, is not particularly delicate. It reminds you, perhaps unkindly, of the braying of a horse. There's a horse again. What do I want horses again? First one, first it was already you could eat a horse. Like now she's laughing like a fucking braying of a horse. Wow. What you got against horses, MC? You're ashamed of thinking such a thing. Of course you were. Though, and your face, that's just with the guilt of it. You can't all be well-bred young ladies, you know. Still, the laughter of the gravedigger, as it echoes through the grey, gloomy sky, is strangely desperate. It sounds forced. Her smile, too, is a touch unnatural. The rictus grin of a corpse. You find, despite your attempts to return her laughter with a polite giggle, that you cannot. You cannot help but pity her. You retreat indoors briefly after your talk with the gravedigger, then set us about some simple chores. The gravedigger trusts you well enough to maintain sweeping the floor, a task which does not take particularly long, and the preparing of the meal is a task which takes slightly longer, but only slightly. It is not until much later, however, once the sun has already sunk beneath the horizon of the moon and that moon is high in the sky, that the gravedigger turns from outdoors. She is windswept after her many hours spent exposed to the elements, and there is dirt caked beneath her fingernails. The gravedigger removes her cloak, which she hangs by the door, then looks at the pot suspended over the fire, a fire which you stoked with your own foul hands. The scent of cooking food and that of garlic and onions fills the air, suffusing the interior of the kitchen in a honey aroma which makes your stomach rumble. Taking stock of this, the gravedigger smiles at you. A toothy smile, which despite her status as a lowly peasant, is surprisingly clean and bright and white. Thank you so much, dear one. There's the word dear one again. These ladies sure love to call me dear one, and nothing else. Not even by my name. What's my name, anyways? What even is my name to begin with? They call me literally everything but my goddamn name. Dear one, dear one, dear one, dear one, and dear one, and dear one. Did I mention dear one? Thank you so much, dear one. There's nothing like return home after a hard day's work to find dinner already prepared. Now let me give it a taste. The gravedigger. The gravedigger dips a spoonful into the soup. A spoon into the soup. Then brings it to her lips. She blows upon it. Then she places the spoon into her mouth, the wooden utensil clacking against her teeth. Her very orderly white teeth. You observe this with a touch of anxiety. Would she like the food which you have prepared for her? You have cooked for her before in the past. She was always very complimentary of your efforts. Cooking is not your forte, however. You never had to concern yourself with it, really growing up in relative comfort as you did. You think you enjoyed this rural, rustic mode of existence more than you did any of the privilege of your past life. At least now, with the gravedigger, you have a steadfast friend, a stout ally. When you are with her, you are not alone, and that is worth its weight in gold. You tell yourself. But is it really, though? Really? Looking at it now? The gravedigger exclaims after drawing the spoonful from her lips, her smile a bright, guileless one. It's delicious. Your face flushes at this compliment. You are unaccustomed to deceiving them. That makes you feel good. Suddenly you ask the gravedigger if she truly means that, a query which makes the gravedigger smile. A forced smile or a real smile this time? Of course I mean it. You've been quite good at cooking, really. That is a relief. You were not very good at it at all You weren't very good at all this cooking malarkey in the beginning. You did not know how to handle a knife, nor how to peel a vegetable, and you cut yourself more than once. You bled into the soup, something like that one actually, on several occasions, but never once did you throw this solid soup out. That's disgusting. The gravedigger lives a humble existence, and she cannot afford to waste her precious ingredients. I don't care. That's disgusting. I may tolerate cannibalism, but I draw the line at blood in my soup. Disgusting. Yeah, soups during your stay have all been seasoned with the slightest hint of iron. Today's soup, however, is a marked step above all the rest. You did not cut yourself with a knife even once! Congratulations, me. I did the bare minimum of not cutting myself while cooking a fucking meal. Maybe your companion's compliments are not empty fluff. Maybe you really are improving. This soup should be ready. This soup should be. Oh, she just took a sample of the soup. We're not eating yet. This soup should be ready to serve. I have some bread too that we can eat it with. But oh, I should brew us some tea too. Let me. Ah, yes, the tea. You knew that you were forgetting something. He does have tea. How quaint. I'm also surprised you didn't quote that one thing I said, Bolivia. I'm surprised. Good for you. Good for you. These bitches gay. Good for them. Good for them. You were so focused on the soup, it must have slipped your mind. Your face flushes yet again at this oversight and shyly you offer to correct it. The gravedigger, however, waves your request aside. No, it's alright. You made the dinner, so I'll brew the tea. It's only fair. It won't take all that long. Would you mind serving up the soup while I'm busy? Of course you would. Of course you would not mind. You do enjoy making yourself useful. For a lady, you're awfully domestic. In this day and age of where the time is, I think that should be normal. But current times, yes. But also, this does not feel like it's modern times, the game. So why is it a surprise that I'm awfully domestic, narrator? You walk alongside the gravedigger to finish your nightly meal, and together you serve it, soup and bread, alongside 2 cups of piping hot tea, prepared by your hostess's own 2 hands. You sit together at the table, then partake in a simple farce after saying grace. The soup really is quite good, despite it being made from only the most common places of ingredients. There's a bit of a kick to it, and it warms you from the inside out. Oh, quaint. The tea, meanwhile, is very soothing. So much so, it makes you feel rather sleepy. You would like to sit with the gravedigger for a little while longer and tell a story that you have some time in the past. That, or play cards. The nights are long, and there is no better way to pass them than with spending time with her. But what the fuck is her name? Games of old made, alas, will have to wait. You were too tired for it. You do not know what has happened, but after consuming your victuals, you feel utterly fatigued. You explain to your predicament to the gravekeeper between your yawns and your nod, and she nods in response. That's alright. You don't need to stay up with me. Not if you ain't up to it. You should head off to bed and rest that pretty head of yours. You do not think you are particularly pretty, but you presume that the gravedigger is not regurgitating a phrase to you. She does not truly mean it. How could she mean it? She is a far prettier lady than you are. You thank the gravedigger for her understanding what the fuck is her name, then rise from the table. You retreat to the spare bedroom on trembling legs, then change out of your clothes. You have only just slid into your nightgown when you hear the rapping of knuckles upon your door. Light and unobstructed. This rap could, of course, belong to but the one person. This is the gravedigger come to check up on you, on your sleepy ass. I'm sorry, the gravedigger says, her voice soft, but you rushed into your room so soon after eating. I couldn't help but worry. After eating, I couldn't help but worry about you. Would you mind if I took a look at you? I just want to see if you're alright. The gravedigger is trying to keep her voice steady, but you can hear a wavering regardless. She really does sound concerned. So much so, she could very well be on the brink of tears. You do not want her to cry for you. No, nay, not me. I am but a lowly girl. A lowly commoner. You feel horribly guilty for if you upset her, even inadvertently, given all that she has done for you. You bid the gravedigger entry to your room. Therefore, without further delay, an invitation she hastens to take. The door swings inward with a creak, and there is your hostess stands. Still attired in black, her clothes are stark contrast to your white, well, off-white nightgown. The gravedigger looks at you, seated in bed, with your hair freed from your usual braids, and exhales. Is that the relief, you wonder, saying about her face? But yes! But why? What was she expecting to see, exactly, before entering your bed chamber? You naked? Thank you for letting me in, the gravedigger said, toying with her fingers. How do you feel? Not too terrible, you reassure her. There are no particular problems in your health. You just feel tired. That's it. Just tiredness. Nothing else. Nothing else could possibly happen. Are you sure you're not sick? Your face does look a bit pale. I think that just might be my face. That would be nothing out of the norm. You're always pale. True. Now, is there anything I can do for you? Would you like something warm to drink, or maybe a hot brick? To place in your bed to keep you warm? Is that something people did? Put hot ass bricks in their beds? I guess that makes sense. But also hot ass brick? That's a bit dangerous. Put it in your bed. A thing. A very flammable thing. Putting a hot thing on a flammable object. A hot brick, nonetheless. Are they warned by the fire? That is hot and dangerous, and obviously flammable, because it's fire. You'd appreciate your hostess' thoughtfulness, but you'd assure her that it won't be necessary. You will be fine. What could possibly go wrong? I hope so. I thought that about my father too before he... The gravedigger begins, but her voice soon trails off. She does not finish that thought. For obvious reasons. She does not need to. You know now what she was thinking of before she enters the bedroom. Cold, clammy skin, a sweat brow, rank, oozing pustules. What a fun word, pustules. You think upon these symptoms, or are you going to... So what? So what? Oh, I don't know, we'll find out. You think upon these symptoms, which are eerily similar to those recounted during the Great Plague, which once beset your own country, and you shudder. What did you think she was going to talk about, Bonlivia? What was on your mind? Please, please, enlighten me on what your thought process was, Bonlivia, because I am lost. Say so. Oh, okay. We're not doing anything weird. I'm still concerned what you're talking about. Like, we're talking about the plague. You know, the thing that beset her father. That claimed the father. Nothing weird. You're the weird one. You think upon these symptoms, which are eerily similar to those recounted during the Great Plague, which once beset your own country and each other. I'm judging you. I'm judging you in front of you. I'm judging you. Bonky, you're judging you. If you don't feel anything, then I'll be on my way, the gravedigger says. But before that... This was a fancy on my part, but I was wondering, would you mind if I brushed your hair for a little while? Your head? That's right. It's such a pretty shade of red, it is all I just thought. Well, it's just a fancy to really. You don't have to let me. Not if you don't want to. But I thought it might help you relax if you're feeling under the weather. I've heard it's supposed to be soothing. That is what the gravekeeper says, but you have the distinct feeling she is the one looking for solace here. Not solacing you. So yeah. I also get that feeling, the narrator, that is the turn of events that there is about to happen. I'm totally not doing casual Breath of the Wild things like making cool weapons in the background. Nope. Where to get that idea from Olivia? I'm not doing that right now. I'm not making an axe right now. Nor making a cool spear out of horns. You are delusional. Why would I ever do that? What would give you that idea? That crazy idea that I'm currently in Breath of the Wild. Seriously thinking of making weapons for myself. Where did you get that idea from? A lot of Gibdo bones. A lot of Gibdo bones are not. They're one-time use. they break after using it. Use it after one hit. So don't use it as a weapon modifier. Use it as an arrow modifier, if anything. Well, that's good to hear that you got a lot of rare weapons. I have perfected the art of murdering Phantom Ganon, so I just occasionally walk around with gloom weapons, even though they just drain my health when I use them. But they're also really fun to use. They're like great. They're like really strong, so I use them sometimes. Oh yeah, of course you have. Of course you have those. You have the amiibo weapons, of course. The Goron Sage Sword. Goron Sage Sword. Tears of the Kingdom. Goron Sage Sword. The Goron Sage Sword. That huge Sage Sword. I have not seen any of the fucking Sage weapons, by the way, so I don't know what you're talking about. I find every Sage's wills. That huge Sage Sword is not very descriptive. He was stabbed in the chest with it in Twilight Princess. Oh! That Ganon Sword! The giant Ganon Sword. Ganondorf, of course. Thanks for the hydrate in the stretch, Possum. Do the hydrate first. And time for a stretch. My arm's cracked there. Both my arms fucking cracked while doing that. One life princess stage. What a time. I'm googling something because Bunlivia has intrigued me. FD Leggy. Test. Fierce Deity. I was like, what does FD stand for? That's not a game abbreviation. Fierce Deity. There we go. I have the full set already. By Google. By Google. I found it by Google. That means you can. I guess that means you can technically find a second pair? Question mark. Huh. You don't like the attack boost? I use the Fierce Deity mask, the champion's leathers, and then whatever pants I have as a nice combo. Uh-huh. That's fair. I was just curious, like, I'm just gonna. Oh, I was curious where we could find the Fierce Deity thing. I like the mask. I like Fierce Deity set's nice. So I just thought, why not just Google real quick? I Google a lot of things. I Google where to find monsters. I Google where some quest thing, how to get armor sets. I Google where to get the fucking what is it? Where to get the sexy Link outfits and sexy Link mask and my favorite Link hat, where it just looks like a woman. I found that area, by the way, Bunlivia. I found that area. Might do it tomorrow on stream. I found that like on like when did I find? I found it on Thursday. I was like, that's what this is. The Vi set? The Vi set is it's in a secret shop. You need to get into the secret shop. The secret clothing shop. Want me to show you how to get to it? Like right now? Take a small break from Vision Auto to look at where the Bruto Vi set is for fun. We're so distracted all of a sudden. No, you don't have to. You can do it whenever. It is, I guess it's technically sapphic. I still don't know what you're talking about by the Goron Sage Sword. You mean the Dusk Claymore? A slender claymore thought to have been handed down from the kingdom of Hyrule ages ago. The blade shines with a holy luster. Is that the dusk? Is that like the claymore you're talking about? The Dusk Claymore? That is a slender claymore thought to have been handed down to this kingdom of Hyrule ages ago. The blade shines with a holy luster. Is that the weapon you're talking about? The Goron Sage Sword or whatever? Yes. Why are you calling it the Goron Sage Sword? It's called the Dusk Claymore. Why are you being so randomly with a Dusk Goron Sage Sword? I said you said Ganon? Am I once again dyslexic? I think I'm always dyslexic. Nice, fierce. You'd say Ganon? You did say Ganon Sage. I also would not understand what the fuck Ganon Sage meant anyway, either way. Anyways, where is Elgato? Hello, Elgato. Turn you on. Activate you. Reset my freaking resolution. I'm not dexed on my Switch. I can still show you where it is, nonetheless. Even if you don't have your Switch, I can still show you how to get to it real quick. Hi, there's me. Hi, there's me. There's my Link. Chilling with the furry pants. while fucking it gets along here in the background with this loudest piano. Yes. Life. That's normal. You hammer through this thing. You hammer through this. Climb. Where's the section? Until you get to this section. Then you ass end. Yahoo! I mean, if you have, like, a Hinox horn, a probably a Moblin horn will work. A Horriblin horn will work as well. You can't get into the door, by the way. It doesn't let you. If you haven't unlocked it, you can't go through the front door. It doesn't let you go through the front door. So you're, you have to go through the floor. Yeah. Yeah, you can go this way to get into the shelter. Not anymore now, but you could before. I went to the sewers like a chump. I went to the sewers because sewer system. What's down here? Oh, it's the way to get to them. It's where to get to them. What a time. Anyways. You did sewers too? Ah, cool. It was a well. Yes, this is a well. A wealth of knowledge. Anyways. Goodbye, Tears of the Kingdom. Back to being Sapphic proper. Yeah, that's where the secret clothing shop is. Also, that's behind the sleeping child is also a map of where to get the where to actually find the clothing shop. Kind of, it's a secret map. Doesn't make more sense until you save the world, save Gerudo. But besides that, she's not quite so selfless. Perhaps as she would like you to think. But she has been so very good to you, and has done so very much for you, that you do not want to begrudge her the small self-indulgence. You rather think she deserves it. You agree, therefore, to her request, and upon doing so, you are certain you have made the right choice. Your hostess's face lights up immediately in the matter in which makes you blush. Oh, thank you. It'd be my honor. Now, let me fetch my brush. The gravedigger retreats from your room in a hurry, then returns soon after, holding in her right hand the promised brush. This artifact, but interestingly acquired. Never seen the word artifact, but with an E, instead of an R. Interesting. I guess they're maybe different things. I don't know. The gravedigger then settles upon your bed by your side. Why am I so aggressive? She looks at your hair for a few moments, her expression pensive. Then she notices that she will begin. The gravedigger leans in. The wooden frame of the bed creaks under her weight, a creak which melds with the sighing of the breeze outdoors. You can feel the bristles of her brush running through your hair. It is soothing enough, so much so it makes you shiver. The sensation is a pleasant one and somewhat nostalgic. Did your mother do this for you? You wonder, when you were a little girl? If she did, it must have been when you were very little. You have not seen your mother in quite some time, not after your enrollment at the conservatory. Oh, you have such a lovely hair. You have such a lovely hair, dear one. Oh my god. Oh, you have such a lovely hair, dear one. It's soft like the silk. Not at all like mine. Mine is so coarse. This gentle voice draws you out of your vague, half-formed reminiscence. It sounds as though the gravedigger has lost some nostalgia on her own, because her voice, when next she speaks, is dreamy. I think my mother used to brush my hair like this for me back when she was still alive. That must have been a long time ago, though. It's funny, you think, as the bristles of the brush continue to slide through your tresses, that you and the gravekeeper should both be reminiscing in tandem about your respective mothers. Perhaps that is something maternal in the act of brushing one's hair, which is wont to summoning forth such images. Would not know personally. I can't remember my own mother at all. I don't think I liked having my hair brushed very much. That's the wrong voice. I don't think I like having have my hair brushed very much, the gravekeeper continues, her breath warm against the exposed nape of your neck. My mother used to complain that I squirmed too much. I can't remember that. She always told me to sit still, though. It wasn't my fault I squirmed. She used too much force. No, that is curious. It sounds as though the reminiscence of the gravekeeper are not particularly fond after all. Did she not get along well with her mother? I can't rightfully say, the gravekeeper replies in a somber sort of a voice. I was young, like I said, when she died. I really don't remember her too well. But I don't think she ever had that much time for me. She was too busy with all that cooking and cleaning and looking after my baby brothers. But she had time enough despite that to brush your hair. She did what she felt she had to make me look presentable. Not that it really worked. I wasn't like the other girls in the village, you see, who liked to sit indoors with their mothers, and so I'd always loved the outdoors. My father said I inherited that from him. Ruefully, the grave digger sighs, not that you can see it with your back facing her. Why, tell us. My mother said I wasn't very well maidenly. She didn't think that she didn't like that I always tripped around outside like after my father, watching as he dug graves. She said it wasn't appropriate, like I was some sort of princess wearing a fine dress. The gravedigger snorts. I used to get a bit muddy, yes, and maybe I did get birds in my clothes and knots in my hair, but it shouldn't matter. Not like I ever had any hopes of marrying Prince, no matter what my mother said. But still, she hoped. She had a lot of hopes. My mother, high hopes. I think she must have resented my father. Maybe for working such a menial job. Our profession is an honest one, but it's never made much money. I think my mother was hoping for fine jewels and dresses and... No, I don't know. She always had ideas. Her head is full of fairy tales. It was a shame, I suppose. Our reality didn't match up to what she wanted. Didn't match up to what she wanted. The bitterness of your friend's voice is remarkable. So much so you want to console her. What would you say to her, though? You never met your companion's mother. Never will either. I recall the inert body has been lying in the graveyard, buried beneath the tombstone, for over a decade. You have no way of ascertaining whether your companion's mother truly cared for her. You do have intelligence enough, however, to understand that poorly thought out condolences can cause more harm than good. You would not like it if people tried to reassure you, of course, that your father loved you, really. If he loved you, then why did he send you away from home? Why did he never send you any letters? You know, he was worried about his fiancées, but that seemed a poor excuse to pretend his only daughter did not exist. As for your own mother, meanwhile... She was nice, at least I think she was. But she was woefully ineffectual. Though she was nominally an adult, she always cleaved before your father's judgment. You think that she was afraid of him. You do not try to tell the gravekeeper, therefore, that her mother loved her, and that she must have done else she would not have given birth to you. Yes. The classic excuse. If I loved you, if I didn't love, why did I give birth to you? Why did I birth you as well if I did not love you? What a stupid argument. I didn't get to choose this. Instead, you sit there, letting the brush run through your hair. While my country. Instead, you sit there, letting the brush run through your hair, and you sit quietly. You say quietly that you understand. Sometimes you feel like a disappointment yourself. Well, the gravekeeper says after a pause, I'm glad I'm not the only one. I guess it happens to all of us. I guess so. Parents are only people after all, which, while one would hope one's parents would be kind and attentive, they too can fall victim to caprices of their own. Caprices. Oh, I can't say that word still. Just because one has brought a child into this world, it does not mean one will be able to take care of it properly. Not all parents are responsible, just as not all people are responsible. It is a painful subject. Oh well, it's alright if my mother never liked me, or if she never loved me. I know my father did, and that's all that matters. He was always there for me, no matter what. Your companion's voice certainly catches it. Your companion's voice catches in her throat. She winces. At least he wasn't. He died. I didn't do anything to help him. Your companion's shoulders begin to shake. You still cannot see her, but you can feel her body convulsing. You can sense her loneliness rolling off her in waves. It is all-consuming, like the waters of a deep, dark ocean. Grief anew pierces your heart, not on your behalf, but for the sake of your benefactress. She does not deserve to suffer so much. This you have no qualms about telling her. You turn to face her, and pluck the brush, which has been hovering in the air, inert, from her fingers. Then, you let her know that her father's death was not her fault. What could she have done? She could not have cured his illness. Cured his illness. I know, but I can't help but think, what if? I keep dragging my head over and over trying to come up with something. But I can't think of anything. Even if I could, it's too late. He's already dead. He's dead and buried. I buried him. And now I'm all alone. If I'd have been alone, you tell the gravekeeper. But she said no, not anymore. How could she be when you were there? I know that. I know, and I'm grateful, but I don't know if I deserve it. Why would she not deserve your company? You not understand. Because I couldn't do nothing for anybody. For nobody. I couldn't do nothing for nobody. My father always looked out for me when I was a little girl, but when he needed me the most, I failed him. And I failed everyone. All the villagers, all my friends, all died. What would I do if the same thing happened to you? I don't think I could bear it. I don't think you getting sick too. I don't want you getting sick too. Not when I cared so much about you. I thought I'd gotten used to being on my own, but now that you're here, it's making me worry all over again. I've been worrying so much, I can't sleep from it. I'm scared! I'm scared! Your companion's voice catches in her throat. When she claps, then she collapses in on herself. Leans forward, her arms wound around her middle, as if to steady herself. She cries. She cries and cries and cries. For a few moments, you look at the gravedigger, unsure what to do. For fuck's sake, what's her gosh darn name? Her pale face, streaked with silvery tears, seems to flicker in the candlelight. Her shoulders, which seem just too slender to bear the cumulative weight of all the sorrows she has endured, are shaking. Her fatigue, your fatigue, continues to cling to you, as insistent as the fog which rolls amongst the tombstones in the graveyard at night. As opposed to built. Yes, slender. What for? Why? Slender is supposed to be built. Interesting. Interesting. I mean, the shoulders are slender, not her arm. They're different, right? They're why would your shoulders not be built? How would you build them on shoulders? Really? They would? That's interesting. I guess that makes sense. Why? Why are you suspicious that she didn't dig graves? Even though that's what she does every single day? She digs holes? Near the church? You're not so very tight. You are not so very tight, however. You cannot afford your hostess some comfort. You do not know. You do not know what you can say to console her. You feel too worried to think of pity sophisms. But there is something you can think of. You would not typically be so bold, of course, but you are tired enough for once. For once to throw caution to the wind. That and the tears of the gravedigger are awfully interesting. Achievement unlocked. In your arms. You'd open your arms and before the gravedigger can pass comment, you plow do your test. Ow! A soft exclamation exclaims. Soft exclamation escapes the lips of the gravedigger. Quieter than the sound of a wintry night snow as it brushes the ground. Then there's nothing. The gravedigger is stiff in your arms for a few moments. The corpses she and her father used to seal away inside of their wooden coffins. She is all wide-eyed and awkward. Pointed elbows, tears still coursing down her pale cheeks. You worry, briefly, as you hold her, that you have perhaps made a mistake. Were your attempts at consolation calling her too clumsy? You would not know. You have never been in a situation like this before. You never consoled any friends before. Because you never had any friends to console. It is not so now, however. You are as far away from your old life as is possible. To be in the gravedigger does not curse you for your impudence. Neither does she try to squirm away from you. Instead, she sits there, still as a statue, cradled in your arms. Oh, I'm very sorry to show you something so embarrassing. It's just It gets so lonely sometimes. Does it get so lonely here? Until at long last, with breathy sob, 'tis the full weight of her body full against you. Ow. You run your hand against the sobbing companion's shoulders, blades, and your back gently as you soothe her. Okay, Bruno, you want to hydrate? This is for you, weirdo. You're weird. You soothe her. You tell her that she does not need to apologize. There is no shame in crying. You hug her for many minutes, while she sobs against your chest, wetting the front of your nightgown. No part of their words pass between you that night, but they do not need to. Words are irrelevant in a moment as tender as this. Shared between two souls who have come to understand one another through mutual loneliness. You slide beneath your sheets. You still feel exhausted. And the gravedigger joins you without asking for permission. It would be so unnecessary. It would be a necessary piece of politeness, really, given your acceptance is all but assured. Are you happy, Bolivia? They're sleeping together again, like you said. Are you happy? Are you happy, Bolivia? Does this make your day? You've already accepted the gravedigger after all. Every single inch of her. You have accepted her hospitality. You've accepted her food. Now, you're accepting her company. You arrange yourself beneath the sheets, then draw her body to yours. The gravedigger has not yet changed into her nightgown. Her clothes will be horribly rumpled when she wakes from the following morning, her head resting against your chest. But tomorrow has ceased to matter. Rude, wearing your fucking disgusting, dirty ridden clothes from a gravedigger. Lewd as fuck. It no longer exists. There is no concept of time between the two of you. The thought of the day which will draw once this night inevitably ends. Instead, there's only the warmth shared between you and the wetness of the cheeks of the gravedigger. There is the sound, irregular now and less intense than before, of your companion's muted, muffled sobs. There is this gentle, tender moment snatched in the midst of a deep, dark night which can never be replaced. Your eyelids feel heavy, as though weighed down like with stones. I'm gonna quickly go and dehydrate myself, because I need to go and dehydrate, and hydrations are a thing that happened, yes. To dehydrate! Oh, the game crashed. That's I saved, right? Yes, I saved. I love when I tab out OBS and the game just crashes on me. And we're back, by the way, obviously. You can tell by the fact I'm here talking to you. I love when the game just crashes. It's great. We love that. What's this ping for? Oh, I got a message from Ming. Hi, Ming, what up? Where is all my windows in the right order, please? Thank you. Your eyelids feel heavy as though weighed down with stones. They droop inexorably downwards, pulling you like a drowning maiden into the dark, impenetrable abyss of slumber. You yawn, then you fall asleep, cozied up beside the gravekeeper like two cats in a basket. You sleep, and you sleep, and you sleep more deeply than you have allowed yourself in quite some time. But when you wake, you find that you are no longer in the bed upon which you slept in, shrouded by sheets. The gravedigger, too, is nowhere to be seen. Instead, you are quite alone, lying by yourself in the dark. You blink, but your surroundings do not become any clearer. Is it the middle of the night? Perhaps you were aroused from your slumber by the desire to relieve yourself, or else this to slake your thirst. Your sleep has been awfully disordered as of late, and the smallest of noises have been enough to disturb you. It does not sound quite right, though. You slept well. Of that you are certain. Of that you are certain. Your body feels invigorated, as though it has slumbered for hours on hours. How many hours? You do not know. You do not know much of anything. You can feel a strange pinching sensation around your chest. However, and around your arms. It would appear as though somebody, and who else could it have been but save for the gravedigger, changed your attire while you were sleeping. That is the startling thought. But the darkness which entombs you is even more so. The darkness which surrounds you is unsettlingly complete. It is so thick, you cannot penetrate it. Your newfound woes do not stop, however, at this deep, unnatural darkness. It is cold too, and you are lying upon something hard. Some sort of a stone slab. What is going on? What are you talking about, Olivia? You knew nothing. Nothing is happening. It's just we're just sleeping in darkness. You reach out, but your moments are too stymied. But your movements are soon stymied. Stymied? Stymied. There's something heavy lying atop you. Something that is limiting your movement. You were anxious before upon waking, but this is the sort. But at this discovery, you feel downright aggravated. A sharp clang of panic pierces you. You try to suppress it. Hysterics will get you nowhere. In most cases, they only tend to make bad situations even worse. You ought to have known that already. You swallow your mounting dread as best as you can, though it is becoming too thick fast. And try to square him. You have your arms outwards, but they do not get very far. There's a wall above you, and the walls on the side of you, walls which do not budge, no matter how hard you push. Not I must add that you can push practically hard, your anxious state withstanding. You have never had much in the way of upper body strength, nor lower body strength. You do not have much in the way of strength at all. You feel quite helpless as you lie there, out of breath from your meagre exertions, unsure what you should do. You can hardly see a foot in front of your face. You do not know where you are, nor why, but a terrible premonition is beginning to bear down upon you. One which you initially tried to discard. You do not want to accept it as a possibility, but where else could the truth lie? You are lying in a box, hemmed by walls which offer only a scant few inches for you to stretch in any direction. Where else could you be but a coffin? The moment you allow yourself to ponder this awful reality, it's the moment you hear it. The irregular sound of drumming. It is as though somebody, although they must be very large, somebody is tapping their fingertips on the lid of your coffin. And that horse is raining. It was the fingers of a giantess, though, which is disturbing you. Nor is the falling of rain. It is the dart. That sound continues on and on, as though it is drilling itself way inside your head. It is relentless. It is merciless. Like the ticking of a great celestial clock, it cannot be stopped. Your time is almost running out. But you knew that already, didn't you, when you were running through the forest? You ought to have known, silly thing, that you could not outpace your destiny forever. Sooner or later it would catch up with you. You are stubborn, though, and you do not want to accept this. Not content to simply lie there, you cry out. You cry, not for your parents, whom you hardly knew. No, the school friends for you never had any. Instead, you cry out for your new companion, the girl with whom you have been living, and with whom you shared one precious, cherished moment. You cry out for the gravedigger. Surely, this is some manner of mistake. What you realize you are, in fact, entombed in one of the coffins she's currently filling, for who else would be moving the dirt above you? She will cease her operations at once. She will pull you out of the darkness, back into the world of the living, and then she will hold you close. She will embrace you. She cannot mean to cause you any harm, not when she was so good to you, and so kind. Why would she bury you? You cry to her so loudly you feel your vocal cords might tear, all the while banging against the roof of your compact prison. You cry desperately, helplessly, and to your relief, your cries do not fall upon deaf ears. The sound of the falling snow stops, albeit briefly. Then, you hear a voice. The voice is very faint, given it's being filtered through your coffin's sturdy lid, but you recognize it. Can't read from this. Oh, damn it. Can't fucking read from this distance. So you're awake then? Are you, dear one? The gravedigger says. The gravedigger says. She sighs. Then she says in a perplexed sort of voice. Now that is a pickle. I was hoping you'd be asleep a couple more hours. The last time we spoke would have been out on better terms. If you keep screaming like that, I'm gonna feel bad. Your companion's words, though distant, are unmistakable. You are so tense. You're attuned. Every single syllable, and each of them makes you gasp. Was this not a mistake then? Does she truly mean to bury you alive? You posit this question to the gravedigger as best as you can, trying to keep the turmoils from your voice as you do. Perhaps you think, in your optimism, that if you do not let her know how afraid you are, she will reward you for your bravery and let you go. This is what you are hoping, though. It is in vain. That's right. You really do catch on quickly. That's not... That's right. You really do catch on quickly. So, it would appear she really was committed to the task of burying you. What an unfortunate turn of events. Why, though, would she do such a thing? You thought she was your friend. We are friends, the gravedigger says, her voice still worryingly offhand, worryingly empty. I'm very fond of you. There's nobody dearer to me than you. I've had a rather good time with you these last... How long has it been again? I don't remember. Neither do you. Well, if this little detail has slipped both your minds, it can't be all that important. You have other things to worry about. If you really are friends, you'd say, to the gravedigger, then what does he hope to gain by burying you? You don't understand. But you understand her reply even less. Well, here's the thing, the gravedigger says in a reasonable sort of a voice, as though burying somebody alive could ever be thought to be a reasonable action. I've been digging graves for a long time, see? You can't see. It's too dark. But you affirm that you do all the same. Well, I was digging all those graves but never had any body put in them. Not for ages, it's rather sad. I thought you think you know where this tragic logic, twisted though it is, might be going, so you do not interrupt her. You know no good would come of it. All you can do, for the present, is lie there and listen. I was thinking I'd never find anybody to bury in this godforsaken village, not after the plague messed everything up. I was getting desperate. Until you came along, that is. Now that I have somebody I can bury, I'm not gonna let the opportunity pass me by. I'm sorry. But this is just part of my job. What my father taught me to do. It's all I know how to do. I buried my mother, and I buried my father, and I buried all my friends. Now I'm going to bury you too. It just sounds logic, in a sense, that as the daughter of the gravedigger, digging graves is her job. But something about it rankles you? If only you could put your finger on it. Yes. There's a bit of a flaw in with her reasoning, is there not? You're not dead after all. You might not be dead now, the gravedigger says in response to your ingenuity. But you will be, if given enough time. I mean, everybody else I've known's died. Who would say you wouldn't be next? It seems rather more likely that you will die, and quickly, if she persists with her poorly thought-out plan to bury you. Your coffin is not very large; it affords you precious little space. Eventually, if trapped within for long enough, you will burn out of oxygen, and you will suffocate. That or you will starve to death. Either way, your demise will be slow and painful one. You're unsure which death would be worse, though given how precarious your situation is. You do not wish to expend the necessary energy needed to ponder it. You need to plead with the gravedigger, and quickly, while she is still here. You tell her tearfully that you would not leave her. Why would you? You try to sound as convincing as your disoriented nerves will allow you, but the gravedigger remains unmoved. You say that, he says, but how can I know you're telling the truth? I thought you said you were a traveler. They never stay. They never stay put in one place for long. You'd get sick of me before long, then you'd leave me. This way, at least, I can be assured that we'll always stay together. If I bury you like this, like I did the others, we'll never be apart. We'll never be far apart. I even took care to put you in a nice spot, close to my house. Close to my home, so is you're only a stone's throw away, really. Isn't that nice? Probably you think that the gravedigger has a different concept of the word nice, too. You do not say this, however. You cannot say much of anything because the panic has begun to set in. It's choking you, stopping up your throat as you only cry, you scream, you beg, and you plead, but it does little good. The gravedigger has already buried her mother. She has already buried her little brothers. She's even buried her father, whom she loved above all else. She thinks by burying you, she's doing unto you an act of great kindness. You think that she's going to kill you? In a sense, you are both right. Your options are so diametrically opposed. Your opinions are so diametrically opposed on this matter, however, that you will never be able to find any common ground. You might as well save your screaming. She will not listen to you. She is beyond listening. Hush, hush, dear one. The gravedigger very gently, just as gentle as she spoke last night when she confided in you all her fears. It won't be so bad, really. Nothing will be able to hurt you down there, except the lack of oxygen. It'll be just like going to sleep for a very, very long time. You can rest, and while you rest, I'll tend to you. I'll plant flowers on your grave. You'd like that, wouldn't you? This way, we can always be together. And I'll never be lonely again. While the gravedigger speaks, which begins to pile even more soil onto the top of your coffin. The sound of the dirt on top of you and your arms and your legs and head conceals your companion's final words. You cannot hear her. You cannot hear anything beyond the sound of the dirt and the scraping of the shovel and your own desperate, frantic screams. Scream, and you scream, and you scream without cease until your throat feels hoarse, but your efforts are in vain. You hammer on the roof of the lid of the coffin with as much strength as you can muster. The lid of the coffin nailed shut. You are in no position to remove it. All you can do is lie there, screaming and crying and banging your fist on the roof of the coffin over and over as more dirt and debris fall on top of you. Eventually enough of the dirt falls into you. Well, enough dirt falls and you just stifle your screams for good. The gravedigger can no longer hear you, and you can no longer hear her. You are all alone in the narrow wooden box, regardless of what you want. Is now your new home. You can smell the soil in the backs of your nostrils when you inhale. It is so potent. You can taste it on your tongue. You can taste the eventual, inevitable decay of your own body. You will remain trapped here, on the ground, forever and ever. Or, to use less melodramatic terms, until the last of your energy escapes you and you succumb to your own slow suffocation. It isn't a very pleasant way to go. But you'll forgive me if my sympathy is limited. You did bring this upon yourself, you know. You reap what you sow. And in your case, you made a series of bad decisions which led to your untimely demise. Now what do you want to do? Will you accept this fate of yours and rest in peace? Or will you try to fight against it? Very well then. Enjoy your eternal slumber. I suppose this is good night for you. But this is not goodbye. You cannot escape from me. Even if you are buried deep beneath the earth. Where there is a will, there is a way. And even if the whole world has forsaken you, I never will. I will never leave you. Down in the boneyard, you will never be lonely again. Achievement get down to the boneyard. Now what, pray tell, could there possibly be left to do? I've done all 3 available routes. Are you not happy with the hand that fate has dealt you? Very well, I cannot blame you. It is quite a grim ending. I would not wish it upon my worst enemy, and you are rather dearer to me than that. Now then, why don't we give this another go? Just try not to get buried alive this time. I can only endure so much of your screaming. Your fate is once again in your hands. Now I wonder, which path will you take? So, you've come back here, have you? That does not come as much of a surprise. Though presented with the 3 potential paths, it's not as though traversing any of them would have any particular impact upon your ultimate fate. In the end, you're always destined to return here. Did you really think you had a choice? How hopelessly naive of you. I thought that you were smarter than that. Your breath, which one shaped your lips in sharp, ragged gasps, is now on the verge of petering out altogether. Your lungs feel deflated, as though they have been punctured. Your blood is rushing through your head, your temple in a heady, overwhelming surge. Your stomach, meanwhile, has twisted itself up into knots. Your body feels heavy. Your legs, in particular, they no longer wish to obey you. You take a stumble step forward. Your foot gets caught in a tree root. You're certain you passed this route once already, that you sidestepped it. But perhaps your memory is beginning to fail you, just like the rest of your body. You've been unlocked. The witching hour. You gasp, surprised. The pitching forwards, dull, senseless, like a sack full of potatoes. Your arms hit the ground with a crack, one which makes you cry out in pain. Tears begin to bead in your eyes, wet and salty. Tears which you cannot. Jimmy. You are not as resilient as the gravedigger, nor as carefree as the princess. If you lived underwater like the mermaid, then nobody at the very least would be able to tell that you're crying. But you do not. And I can. Believe me, I can. Your arms arch dreadfully. Your arms ache dreadfully, but at least you can still feel it. Your poor feet, meanwhile, have gone quite numb. You would try to stand, and you the energy, but you know, as you sit there, dazed, that this would be a futile effort. You cannot stand, not any longer. It hurts too much. You really have been through a lot tonight, haven't you? I fear I have not been very kind to you. But you ought to be accustomed to hardship. Why then are you crying? You always have been a crybaby. That's why they tease you so much. It is because they knew they would be guaranteed a reaction. You are very predictable. Even now, after you tried to borrow my power for your own purposes, you have not changed at all. And as you sit there sobbing, you hear, or you think you hear, footsteps approaching you. There, to your right, is the snapping of a twig. To your left, the telltale rustle of leaves. Your every sense feels razor sharp, honed to an point by anxiety. You are so panicked you feel as though you are going to be sick. If you want to vomit, then why not? There's no shame in it. There's nobody here to judge you. Nobody but me. I have always been here, you know. I will always be here. No matter how fast you try to run or how far. Do you think you could escape me? Poor, sweet child. Poor little fool. I did tell you, did I not? A contract with a witch is binding. No matter physical distance between the both of us would ever sever it. I told you I would never let you be lonely, and I meant it. But I have had rather enough of these little games. It is time for me to collect my collateral. A soft gasp escapes your throat as you feel arms wind their way around your back. Naturally, you know whom's they are. The witch is kinda... The witch do be kinda... You know? Which is... I know, she's kinda cute though. You be kinda cute. I thought the keybind, I thought that was keybind. Did I break the keybind? Hotkeys, hotkeys, where are you, hotkeys? Hotkeys! Oh, it's the the wrong button. That's why I'm pushing the wrong button. That explains why it's not working. I'm just dumb. There we go. Naturally, you know whose arms they are. They are mine. I have been watching you all night, but this is the first time I have reached out to you. So direct. In so direct a manner. Did you not expect me to be so forward? I can hear your heart fluttering your chest. It is beating very quickly. Like a sort of rabbit's. Your breaths are short and sharp. It is a cold night, and though I am holding you, you are still shaking. I wish you not tremble so. Everybody fears the unknown, but we are not strangers. We have spoken before, have we not? When you first called me forth from the ether, using that book you found in the library. You were desperate enough then to turn to the occult for help. You pleaded for me with my magic. Use my magic for your behalf. You begged me. You implored, and you entreated, and you waited, and you whined, and thought I had some reservations. You forced my hand. I had no choice. Not in the face of your desperation. You do not want to be lonely anymore. You wanted to have a friend, somebody who would always be there for you no matter what. You wanted somebody to love you. Is that not what you demanded of me? Is that not what I have given you? You might think me wicked. I think you are being awfully cruel yourself. To run from me after I made all of your wishes come true. I did think, you know, about punishing you for running away from me. I thought of poking your eyes so that you might never see anybody other than me. I thought of cutting off your long, lovely hair so that nobody might ever think of you beautiful but me. I thought of breaking your legs so that you might never be able to escape from me. I turned all of these intriguing ideas over in my mind, but I am a merciful witch. Though you hurt me, I did not wish to hurt you. You asked, after all, that I love you. And that is what I did. I have drowned you in my love. I have buried you and reefed my love. I have swallowed you with my love. You have always been a sad, lonely girl. One who has been starved of affection. Nobody ever cared for you. Your life has been a barren, empty wasteland, one devoid of any fonder feelings. That is why I had to drown you, you see. That is why I had to bury you. It is why I had to swallow you. In the end, I was doing you a favor. I was doing it all for you. In that sense, you're very lucky. Do you know that? There are few people in the world who had the privilege of being loved to the brink of insanity quite this many times in one night. There are few people in the world who can claim to have been loved by a witch. You have experienced so much love, it ought to have slaked even your unquenchable thirst. You know now what it feels to be adored. I have more than upheld my end of the bargain. Now I think it is time that you do the same. From this night forth, you and I will always be together. And I shall be able to love you endlessly. You will never be lonely again. Interesting. Interesting. Alright, team called Deja Vu real quick. Wow. Okay, interesting. This shouldn't be a surprise to you. You've been here before, haven't you? It's beginning to feel like you've been running for a long, long time, but the sun, despite overwhelming weariness. I wonder what that could be. You are sure as you run that you have seen this all already. You have seen the frantic pattern of the moon's milky glow as it spills on the uneven forest floor and the trees which jut out of the earth like eerie monuments of a foreign god. You have seen wicked brambles. You've seen wicked brambles which sought to ensnare you, and, I might add, succeeded. The tree roots hooked like a choppy fingers of witches far older than I, which sought to trip you. You have cut your feet. You have torn your skirt. You have taken numerous paths, yet they all ended in failure. Once you had hope. Now it is gone. You've already given it to me. So why are you still running? Silly girl, did you think you could escape from me after all I have subjected you to already? There is no use trying to escape from my embrace, and if I may be so bold, I am hurt that you would even attempt to. Were you not happy with me? I was happy with you. But no matter. You're a stubborn little chit, and perhaps you think that things will be different this time around. That is why you began to run. I can see, despite the fear in your eyes, that your resolve has not burnt out. Not just yet. A spark. If it still remains, a spark that I mean to extinguish for good. It is pointless, you see, and you know, trying to escape from a witch's curse in this forest of phantasmagoria, constructed from my own powers. I am a creator goddess. Mother Earth, if you will. It does not matter how quickly you run, trampling the tall grass and the loose leaves, the ugly spotted mushrooms underfoot. I still have you right where I want you. In the palm of my hand. I will not let you go. I will not let you get away that easily. But, very well. If you insist on playing this little game that I will indulge you, I will play along. We do this all over again. Now, where were we? Oh, yes! You were still running through the forest. You were still running through the forest. It is late at night. The sky is as dark as pitch. There's no light your way, save for the moon's milky glow, but its rays cannot reach you, not properly. The trees which surround you, jutting out of the earth with like eerie monuments of a foreign god, are blotting out most of the light. You cannot see where you're going. Even if you had commenced your flight at a more sensible hour, though with the light of the sun to aid you, it would be of little use. You do not know where you're going. You have no map, no route, no plan. You're running like a frightened animal, anxious and nervy, with no destination in mind, none beyond the almost overwhelming impotence to escape. You cannot let yourself be caught, though it's too late, I suppose, for that. You have no choice, therefore, to keep going on and on and on and on, until your feet are trying to scream at you for mercy. You run and you run and you run until you at long last reach a fork in the road. There are 3 paths split off through the forest. Well, 4 if you count the path down where you came. You're not exactly double back on yourself, though. Why would you? You put all that effort, after all, into running forwards, not just once, but twice. I doubt you mean to confront me. How can you when you're so very afraid? I can hear your teeth chattering, you know. I can see your legs trembling. Your fear rolls off you in waves, more potent than any perfume. Your anxiety is truly staggering. It is a wonder, really, how you were able to keep putting one foot in front of the other. You will keep putting... Oh, sorry. I just started playing by accident in the background. I was confused with what was happening. You will keep putting your feet in front of the other, though no matter what decision you make. You will not turn back. How could you? You are far too cowardly. Now! The 3 tabs are signposted, as well as, you know, which would straight site, which well, as well as, you know, which would be a strange sight, given that you are deep in the forest, but you ought to be used to strange sights by now. It's dark, but that does not matter. You have seen the signpost before, you know full well where each path will lead you. I would say that your fate is in your hands, but you and I both know that is incorrect. Your fate is, and always has been, mine to manipulate. Must we really go through this rigmarole again? You won't discover anything new, you know. Mermaid, gravedigger, princess. Will not deviate from the trips which have already been prepared for them. I did not, in all honesty, think to furnish any further responses for them. I did not think you would be seeing them again. But no matter. This is what you want. I shall provide it for you. Go ahead. Throw your life away. Again and again and again. Be drowned by love. Be buried by love. Be consumed by love. Then, when you have had enough and you no longer stand, submit yourself once again to my embrace. Let yourself experience the love as precious a few humans have ever had the misfortune of experiencing. So, wanna go to the shore? It was something. It was something one of us knew. So, I wonder. Be drowned by love, be buried by love, be consumed by love. Interesting order. It's also interesting that it got rid of all of my saves. Oh! You still wish to soldier on, do you? That's remarkable, given that this is the second time you've been pulled beneath the ocean's surface. I would have thought that you would want to give up by now. But no matter. You really are stubborn. I can't promise a better fate than this awaits you, regardless of what you might choose. But I am willing to indulge you. Let's go back to the beginning once again. Fate is in your hands, at least you once thought. You and I both know how that is never, ever in the case. Not now that you belong to me. How much longer can you keep resisting, though? I can't wait to find out. New dialogue here? Yes! I thought you might say that. You were able to resist the pressure of the water's waves once before, but that feels like a lifetime ago. Perhaps it is! You're tired now, and you want nothing more than to succumb. I can't say that I blame you. I can see how tired you are, dear one. Worry not. I will still be here for you, even if you're spending the days languishing at the bottom of the ocean. I shall never leave you. We did make a contract after all. I might have forsaken you, but I never will. I will never leave you. You will never be lonely again. So, you want to go to the village? Good idea. Good idea. How smart of you. How quaint. What could possibly go wrong? Am I right, Olivia? A nice kind grave digger. With no bodies to bury, but all the graves to dig. What could possibly go wrong? Absolutely nothing. All work, no play. Yes, I thought you might say that. You may have defied me once before, but I can see that fire has long since begun to leave your eyes. You have been subjected to so many horrors for one so young. Though even if you were a more advanced age, I fear your facilities would have begun to fail you regardless. Humans are not meant to die as many times as you have. was to pass only once. You've experienced something few others have. In that sense, you're quite fortunate. I suppose it does not feel like it. I can see how very tired you are. But worry not! You will still be here. I will still be here for you. Even though you have been shut away from far too soon inside your own tomb. I shall never leave you. We did make a contract after all. World might have forsaken you, but I never will. I will never leave you. You will never be lonely ever again. This is certainly unexpected. I rather thought after everything you've had been subjected to, you would no longer wish to continue this farce. I was fully prepared for you to forfeit yourself at long last, to my loving embrace. I am ready to embrace you, should you so desire it, and cradle you within my unassailed affection. But it seems you are not ready to submit. Not quite yet. Being buried alive twice has not been quite so diminish your determination. You still wish to fight against me. As if you had any hope of succeeding. Your efforts are futile. You not know that? I am far stronger than a skinny human like yourself could ever even begin to contemplate. You would be better served. You would be better served if you gave in. But perhaps I have not loved you efficiently, effusively enough. Not just yet. If you are to learn anything, I must first beat it into your thick skull of yours. Will you listen to me then? I want what is best for you, you know. Hurting you hurts me too. But if that is what you want, so be it. Let us go back to beginning once again. Raising your hand, at least that's what we first thought. You and I both know, however, that that's never been the case. It belong to me. And we'll never. No, that much. Get that. No. You need to struggle. Do your very best. It will not work. But it should be entertaining if nothing else. Ah, the castle! Yes. Castle. Everything. Oh, a doll! Oh, a princess. How divine. There are 2 more achievements to get. Which is interesting. Actually 3. But I'm assuming one of them is just all the achievements. It's interesting that there are 2 achievements. But for 1 more ending, I assume. I wonder. What, pray tell? I can, and I love it. I started playing ages ago. I kind of like it though. You know, it's cute. Ow. Ow. Yes, I thought you might say that. Though you once summoned forth the courage to persevere, despite the odds, your strength has begun to fail you. Boop. You are tired now. This is more than you can endure. Being eaten alive, not just once, but twice, is more than any ordinary human could ever hope to endure. And you, though headstrong, are nothing more than a little girl. Why, you are so very slender. I'm forgetting achievements. Why, you're so very slender. You might as well be a fair flower. I can see how weary you have become. But worry not. I will still be here for you, even though you might be bleeding out in a dark, dingy dungeon. I should never leave you. We did make contact after all. The world might have forsaken you, but I never will. Oh? You wish to keep going, do you? That is impressive, given that this is the second time you've been devoured so heartily. Of all the demises you have experienced, this one is the most gruesome. If you are tired of these repetitions, I would understand. I am not the wicked witch you might think I am. I would be willing to show you mercy, should you want it. But I can tell you do not want it. Goodness me, you are so stubborn. Why, I ask you? You continue to fight. There's no escape for you, you know. I will never let you leave, no matter how you struggle. But very well. Let us go back once again to the beginning. It's in your hands. So you once thought. You want to know now, however, that is never truly the case. You still belong to me. I'm not going to let you get away from me. Not that easily. You can struggle as much as you want, but it will be in vain. It does not matter where you go. I will always find you. I can promise you that much. There you see. Are you happy now? I told you that there was no use in repeating this night. Yet you fail to listen. Drowned, buried, and consumed once more. And for what? Do you feel as though you've made any progress in your attempts to escape from me? Once again, find yourself, as you were, at the end of your last foray into my forest full of nightmares. You are kneeling upon the ground, your feet aching, perhaps they are bleeding, and your skirt tattered and torn. Try to inhale, but it hurts. Feel as though your lungs have been punctured by a pair of embroidery scissors. When you swallow, you taste the salt on your tongue. You blink, but it is so very dark in the woods you feel you cannot see. There is a heavy, leaden weight upon your shoulders. It feels as though somebody has shoveled soil over top you. Your body is cold as though it has been sapped of all warmth. Your blood, which ought to flow through your veins, feels as though it is frozen. That or as it plunged from your body, all together in a rust-red goblet. Okay. Have you not had enough of this now, silly thing? I am saying this for your sake. You know as much as you know as much as I am mine, though I might have trapped you here. Hence, I did it only because I care for you. I only want for you to realize the folly of your ways. Now cease your foolish attempts to escape. They will accomplish nothing, save for stretching your mind beyond its limitations as already. The fear has been stretched thin already. Humans are not designed. Ow! Thanks for the rude. Thanks for hydrate. Here we go. Okay, here we go. Here we go. If it can't, here we go. Humans are not designed to die, not as incessantly as you have. One death will be enough to finish most of your kind off, yet you've about 6 of them. You do not want to go through that again, do you? Do not run from me. Let me console you. Let me embrace you. Let me love you. What do you say to that? Suckle your tongue, Well, no matter. You will not need your tongue to speak while we are together. It is unnecessary. It is an unnecessary appendage, however, much you might wish. One day, you whisper sweet nothings to me. I am all-powerful. I am an all-powerful witch, after all. I can hear all of your thoughts. I know what you're thinking. Yes, that is right. Silence is golden, as they say. You do not need to speak. You do not need to blink. You do not even need to breathe. Now that you are finally mine, I will cut off your tongue, and I will pluck out your pretty little eyes, and I will... No. I beg your pardon? What was that doing? I'm gonna lock defiance. I said no! I am not your dear one! I never wanted this! What? You would defy me still after all you've endured? Were 6 deaths not enough for you? You gluttonous girl, do you wish for more? I just wish for a friend. I don't want to be lonely. I didn't want to be lonely, but you ensnared me. You tricked me. Well, I never. What bold accusations. They are not true, though, you know. They are bald-faced lies. I did nothing of the sort. My name might begin in a similar fashion, but I am no Mephistopheles. I was very upfront, and when first we met, I said if you wished to make the contract with me, it would cost you. It is your own fault that you do not listen. You accepted my terms, and now you are paying the price. Now, you come with me, my dear. I am not your dear. Really now, this has all been rather tiresome. I must insist that you cease this childish outburst at once, or else what? Will you cut off my tongue? Will you pluck out my eyes? You have already stole my name. But it's coming back to me. What? No, that should be impossible. You gave your name to me. You gave your soul to me. You pledged your heart and your body to me, and now I want them back. I'm tired of these games too. Medea. You. Remember my name? I do now. You're called Medea, and I... No, stop it! am called Rosette. It can't be. I'm gonna take a screenshot of this for my friend real quick for fun. Waiting for the screenshot thing to open up so I can screenshot the thing with the game capture, but with the game capture function, which I love using so much. Ah, there it is. I say there it is as if I can see it in the folder. There it is. Anyways. I am Rosette. It can't be. I knew you were stubborn, but I learned how to be stubborn. I'm used to being bullied. You're just like the others. I'm not afraid of you anymore. You took everything from me, and now I'm taking it back. No, you can't. Rosette, please, don't go. Don't leave me. We made a contract, you and I. You said that you wanted to be friends. I promised to be your friend. I promised that I would always be there for you. Do you really mean to abandon me? That was the general idea. What of me? What am I supposed to do? You? You can rot for all I care. What? No, Rosette! I call after you are retreating back, but you not heed my words. You did not trim your head. Once it was you who left in the dirt, your clothes tattered and torn, your dignity alongside it. You're so vulnerable then. You were so very, very beautiful. In a perverse way, however, I think you might look even more beautiful now that you are walking away from me. That is the thing you humans say, is it not? You never realize how much you value something until you no longer have it. It does not hold true. It does not hold true in my case, however. I knew your precious fine when you first summoned me. Your fiery determination, even in the face of extreme hardship, endeared you to me. I thought very noble. I thought you very noble, really, how you had survived for so long in an environment which was so very hostile. For a human, I thought you remarkable. That is why I decided to form a contract with you. I thought, with a human like you by my side, my own life of empty, endless wandering may not be so lonely. Goodness me. Must be growing sentimental in my old age. Now, you are not the one upon the ground. It is I. Should keep calling for you. You know it would be no good. You will not turn your back for me now. Not when I have caused you so much suffering. Did I mean to hurt you so? No, I truly did love you. Albeit in my own way. In the end, however, I suppose love of which was too much even for you to endure. Now there's nothing but the milky moonlight, and the trees which out of the earth about me. They look like monuments, built in honor of a foreign god. They look like nothing from the world that you knew, Rosette. Because they're not of your world. They're of mine. Now you have fled from me. Like a bird let loose from its cage, I fear I will never see you again. I'll be on my own, in this forest, for all of eternity. Or until another silly little girl, with stars in her eyes, dreams in her heart, summons me once more. It happened a handful of times in the past. It might one day happen again. Until that day, however, I'll lie here, among the foliage and frog, and I'll close my eyes. I will let myself dream. Be enrobed in the undulating mist. I shall think of myself. Yes. Full circle. But we also got an interesting sequence. I have memorized. I remember. A curtain closes. Achievement unlocked. A curtain closes. I am sitting in a forest. It is lit at night. The sky is as dark as pitch. There's something to light my way, to save for the moon's milky glow. But its rays cannot reach me. Not properly. trees which surround me jut out of the earth like eerie monuments to a foreign god or blotching out most of the light. If I were running, I would not be able to see where I was going. But such concerns are trivial to me. There's nowhere to. There's nowhere, after all, for me to run to. I am all alone. You have abandoned me. You contacted me once, when you wished for a friend. It was a contract I swore I would fulfill until my good name, not my good name, but betrayed me. Oh, Rosette, why did you have to go? My days were intolerably dull and tedious without you to amuse me. Your company slaked my boredom nicely. But now that you have gone, that boredom has returned fourfold. It is so consuming, I fear I might go mad from it. If I had not, granted, gone mad already. If only there was another mortal out there. One who might keep me company. If only. Oh? Perhaps I spoke too soon. It would seem another has intruded upon my moonlit solitude after all, far more quickly than I anticipated. How very fortunate! Well met, stranger. Does the moon not look beautiful tonight? Why, it is almost as if our encounter were preordained by beings far greater than the both of us. But that, of course, is a foolish thought. There are few beings out there more powerful than myself. Now then, would you care to create a contract with me? And relive the events of this night anew? Oh? Do you not wish to stay with me, dear one? Very well. You were awfully cruel. But I can understand how you feel. I am a benevolent witch, regardless of what some people might say. I would never force you to do anything. Not against your will. My love is, and always has been, reciprocal in nature. Though she did not appreciate it. Now, if that is all, would you like to run along? No good can come, you know, of soliciting with witches and the dead of nights. You had best be on your way, and quickly. Otherwise, I might just change my mind. After all, it gets so lonely here. And that's all the achievements unlocked for me. And I assume that's the whole game. Curiosity, I'm gonna go back here. Still sitting in the woods. Oh! Are you still here? I thought I had already sent you on your way. You certainly are a stubborn child. That or you are a very cruel one, to take delight in my suffering as you are. Now don't just stand there. Is there something you wish to tell me? I would bid that you tell it. Have you reconsidered my earlier offer? Very good. Now, come to me, my dear. You are lonely too, I can tell. The scent of loneliness positively rolls off you. Much like mist in the early morning. Oh, come! Don't look so surprised. I was not at all difficult. It was not an all difficult guess. Why else would you be spending time with me, as you are anything better to do with your time? We are lonely here. In that sense, we might not be very similar, you and I. Though I might be a witch and you a human, I'm not a stranger to complicated emotions of your kind. I was you myself once upon a time. Though it was a very, very long time ago. Now come to me! I shall tell you a story. I'll tell you a story of a girl running through the forest without ceasing. A girl entrapped in a patchwork fairy tale world with no beginning and no end. The story will unravel, unbroken, from now until the end of time. And if you allow yourself to be submerged within it, you need never be lonely again. The game's not responding. I'm scared. What are you gonna do? Game, what are you gonna do? Oh no. Bird. Still not responding. Wait for the game to respond for itself. Any minute now, it will respond. Surely it will respond again. Surely. The game was not just sit here crashing for ages. Game? You good there? You're just gonna sit there, crash. I'll indulge you in the crashing. I'll reopen you. See what's up. I have all achievements, so what can I hope to achieve? Is my question. What could possibly happen? Opening the game. Again. Did it really? Did it really? It did. I can't even skip! Okay, I'm just gonna... I wonder what the lock thing is, so just indulge me for a hot second. I'll just pull something up on my computer. And just hit F6. And yeah. Was buried. Let me just So how's everyone's afternoon doing? How's everyone's afternoon so far? Mine's been eventful. Very eventful, to say the least. I wasn't expecting it to... I was not expecting it to erase all of my data. Like, all the gallery data as well. That would explain why it took so long to delete the random... It was deleting the fucking random pie folders and shit. But still. I'm gonna guess that's kind of the point. Rosette's out of the cycle, so I guess... Like, I thought I just, like, just do it again. The Tears of the Kingdom dungeons are interesting. They are. Like, I thought I was like, okay, we're just gonna go through the story again. But, like... I didn't think I was gonna delete my gallery and save data. Like, my gallery fucking data. That was not expected. Drone. I just want to see what was locked, because I didn't think to look at the locked section after I abandoned the fucking witch. Don't you stop. Oh, I auto click on it. Fucking, I tried to go to the, macro. It just it full screen. Give me a second. I check. Notes. It was notes. I saw notes earlier. I look at the notes. I gotta do this though. I gotta look at the whole goddamn game to look at the notes. I wonder what the notes are. The notes are always nice. I do gotta redo it all. That's what's sad. Call Zelda, get recall. Well. The good thing is, I don't need to read anything, so I'm just speeding through. I read like don't read anything to the notes, obviously. Like I just gotta speed through with the auto clicker real quick. Because that's what I can do. Yo-ho. Against your fate. Castle. I wish it could go faster than 1 millisecond a click, but this is as fast as I can go. So how is the Tears of the Kingdom going, Bunlivia? Any dungeons finished yet? Nice. No. Tunder is clearly what you meant. Tunder is in fact a very real word. Tunder is in fact the word you clearly meant. Tunder. The Tunder dungeon. The Tunder plunder. This is impossible. I can just go full screen whenever. She has legs. She has claws. Whoa. The Tinder? Ayo, Tinder dungeon? Oh, we love the Tinder dungeon. My favorite dungeon, the Tinder dungeon. Are you sure? Did you go to the center console? Because, there's a warp point if you go to the center console, where the elevator is. Are you sure, Bunlivia? Are you sure, Bunlivia? Because there should be a warp point. Like you're in the dungeon, right? Like you're in it? Where we're trying to get that elevator working and all that jazz? Or do you not look at the fucking middle thing? We're eating a lot of shit on the boulders. Oh yeah! You don't. Yeah, you just recall for a hot second. Like boulders? I don't remember boulders. Oh yeah, I remember boulders. Oh, I hear the notes. Hi. Hi, Abby. Hi everyone, this is Abby. Thanks for taking the time to read It Gets So Lonely here. I hope it was an enjoyable experience. I usually have a few notes in my video and almost explain what inspired me, so I guess I'll just do that. The reason behind It Gets So Lonely here was the two-part novel series, The Orphan's Tale by Catherine Vallant. The Orphan's Tales are an interesting couple of novels. Not to read, but I don't care. Couple of novels which take a lot of cues from fairy tales and folklore across the world. These stories contain dragons, witches, werewolves, genies, and mermaids, but they aren't told in a linear fashion. I opened tits by accident. I meant to look at my character. Put a VC face on top so I can see what I'm doing. The Orphan's Tale pulls a lot. Where am I? The Orphan's Tale. The Orphan's Tale pulls a lot in terms. It's pulling a lot in terms of structure from 1001 Nights. Because story is broken into a lot of smaller bite-sized stories, which are set in a framing narrative. These bite-sized stories seem unrelated at first, but they eventually converge by the end of the second novel. It's revealed that the framing narrative itself is steeped in as much magic as the stories and the narrator. Well, there are numerous narrators. We're spinning. It's a very interesting series, which is told in a very non-conventional manner, with a lot of stories running into each other, seemingly, jumping between stories and side characters for previous tales, offering their perspective and assuming a narrative. Roles in future tales, their narrative can be a bit difficult to keep track of in the beginning because it hops around a lot between a lot of different characters who are all embarking upon fantastic adventures on their own, but seemingly just desperate. The thread emerged was very satisfying. It's honestly not. I've honestly not read a book like it before. It took a lot of well-known fairy tales and some lesser-known fairy tales. Ooh, nice. And did something unique with them. It's all very avant-garde. In any case, I liked the Orphan Ninja's tales enough that I wanted to write something similar. I thought it would be a fun to craft a story of my own, comprised of multiple different fairy tales, all wrapped up in a framing narrative. I turned this idea over my head for about 2 or 3 years. Damn. I didn't have any concrete ideas, so... Oh, hi! Oh, hi, Katie! How are you? I love how that alert box went through my speakers, and not, my headphones. How are you? You were playing Celeste B-side earlier, if I remember correctly. K-T numbers. 8, 9, 7, 6. Welcome.
I don't know how to get up there, but there's something up there. Oh.
Thank you. Here's the player being a bitch as always. Wow, what a great clip, player. Fuck you. What a great clip this is. It's called Kate.k.exe has stopped responding. Nice. You just missed you missed the lesbians. You just missed the lesbians, Kay. It's so sad. You just missed the lesbians. Yeah, I know. It's so sad. It's so sad. You just missed all the lesbians. We got so many cool lesbian scenes. And we're just reading the after notes from the creator and author of the game, Ebihime. She makes amazing games, by the way. I love her games. They're good. You should check them out. They're fun. This is also free. This is a free game if you want to try it out. If you want to play it yourself as well. It's very normal. No cannibalism. No yandere. No drowning. No, nothing weird. It's a very normal, wholesome, no yandere visual novel. Where would you get the idea of yanderes? Where'd you pull that out of your ass from? There were no yanderes. Where'd you get that idea from? Not me. Not me. Totally not. No, that's not totally not the level. Anyways, I pulled that idea over. I turned the idea over my head for about 2 or 3 years, but didn't have any concrete ideas, so I wound up shelving it. It wasn't until 2023 Yandere Game Jam, nice, that I decided. Maybe that's where you got the Yandere idea from the Texas Yandere Game Jam. I decided to revisit the idea. I was doing a bit of brainstorming, jotting down random concepts for a story, which where am I? I keep fucking getting lost when I move the scroll bar. Which may nope. Thought it would be fun for it to work on. And it would, I was going a bit brainstorming, jotting down random concepts of a story which could work, and decided I wanted to write a yandere story with a fairy tale vibe. I had a few desperate ideas, but nothing which felt substantial enough to carry a whole narrative. I was also torn between writing the princess's story or the gravedigger's story. Excuse me. As standalone narratives. I liked both of them conceptually, but they seemed a bit too simple. Then it struck me, why not combine these two stories like Catherine Vanetz did in Orphan Tales, and build a narrative around them? I thought this would be a fun project to work on, and it would be especially suitable for the visual novel medium. The Orphan's Tale is a novel, so the reader doesn't have any say in what fairy tales they visit as they read through the text. Well, unless the reader decides to flip out random pages like a fighting fantasy novel, which maybe would have been a bad way to experience a book, which was written in a deliberate, disjointed way. Imagine just like flipping through, just goes like one page of the princess story. Then all of a sudden you're being buried by the gravedigger, and then you all of a sudden you're just you're picking flowers in the shore. That's crazy. The reader gets pulled through a lot of seemingly unrelated stories at random until it starts to begin to come together. Visual novels are known for having routes, however, even the most generic. Bishoujo, yes, Japanese words. People expect multiple stories when writing visual novels, and it's a fairly common phenomenon for characters to get a spotlight in their own route, but be sidelined, or in some extreme cases, disappear from the narrative altogether, in other characters' routes. By writing this fairy tale, facetious as a narrative, as a visual novel, I figured it would feel more natural to section these short stories I had into their own self-contained routes, which only converge once you read all of them. I was pretty excited about this idea, but only had two stories at hand: the princess's story and the gravedigger story. Alright, have fun lurking. Enjoy your food. Thanks for the raid again, Kay. Hope you didn't die many times during Celeste. Thank you. I hope you had a good stream as well. I was excited about this idea, but I only had two stories: the princess and the gravedigger story. I thought having two routes would feel rather meager. I won't mention the death count. Not at all. I know how difficult Celeste is. I played through Celeste like a while ago. I kept dying on this one part, which was really stupid. It wasn't even the fucking last level either. It was like the mansion part, not the like the hotel part. I think I'm trying to jump through the last section of it, which was really fucking annoying. I kept fucking dying on one section over and over again. It's great. The end part was a little dumb. I had to do a freaking stupid maneuver: wall jump, dash, jump up. Shit, I would hate that part. But besides that, it was great. I love the game. It's fun. It would be too big, so I decided to add a third route, or a third story, into the mix. That of the mermaids. The gravedigger story and the princess's story were both pulled from ideas I've been turning over for a while ago already. I might revisit the princess story at some point and make a longer Yuri version novel with a similar premise someday. Ooh, cool. Ooh, I want that. I want that to happen. I want that to happen, Ebihime. I want that. I like the princess story. But the mermaid story was one I thought up mostly to make up numbers for this project. Lol. As such, I think the mermaid story feels a little less inspired than the gravediggers and the princesses, and also features less dialogue between the main character and her so-called love interest. I think the mermaid's route is the weakest story narrative speaking, but I do like the aesthetic of her story a lot. I think her character design is very pretty, and I think she wound up the most appealing character theme song. Ooh. Plus, I'd committed to the fairy tale theme. I really did want to write a love interest who wasn't a human. I thought it'd be a bit boring to have a fairy tale theme visual novel where all the routes and deal human girls, so mermaid's existence brings a bit more magic into the story. I designed these 3 character routes to be narratively short on purpose. Firstly, because this visual novel was created for Game Jam. I didn't want to overburden myself with writing 3 long, complex routes in a month. And secondly, because I wanted the story to feel vague, unfixed, and ethereal. It was this desire which resulted in the main character not having any direct dialogue, and the details of her past being so sparse, fragmented, and it's also why none of the characters have names. Oh, I guess I never had names to begin with. Oh, I made up the names of Mermaid and Princess in my head somehow. We love fabricated memories. It's great. I wanted the characters to feel more like fairy tale architects rather than, well, characters, which is why they reference why their roles in the story as opposed to their names. The princess remained the princess, the mermaid remained the mermaid, and the gravedigger. Well, gravedigger wasn't a common character archetype in a fairy tale at all. Gravedigger. Well, gravediggers aren't common character archetypes in fairy tales at all, are they? At least I don't think I've encountered any prominent roles. I guess she's a bit of an outlier then. Her character and her design were mostly inspired by Gray from Lord Mellow's case file. LOL. Ooh, interesting. But she's cute, so it's okay, right? Right? It's okay. I have decided. I also decided to write the story in second person. I like that. That was fun. I like the second story part. I like the second person one. It's cool. Which is something I've only done once before, and sparingly in one on a windswept night. Not right? Hi, Ming. Welcome. You just missed all the lesbians. you missed all the love and totally not yandere stuff that happened. Yeah, I totally didn't die 6 times in total, but that's because it was scripted. How is Zelda? How is Zelda going? It's fine, Ming. You can always watch it back if you want to. The VODs are always up. I always put the VODs up again whenever after I stream. And they'll eventually be on YouTube at some point. I'm about to go back to it. Nice. Maybe you'll use that accentuate for rides. I found the laser bike that the schematic people say the laser bike schematic is not the best bike. The best bike they can make is, just a wheel, a seat, another wheel, and a upright thing. A hover bike's fine. You need 2 fans and a seat, and a control. That's all you need to make a hover bike. That's all you need to make the hover bike. I didn't realize you were supposed to hover, I'll be honest with you. I just know you meant a hover bike. You just need 2 fans. I can't get the angles right. They're pretty preset, right? I saw the one image of what Decker did, Ming, and just like, okay, that's what you do. Okay, cool. We need to raw. When you can just, the problem is the bike just still goes up either way, but yeah. Did you get the building? I'm assuming you have the building ability, right? When you went to the central mine, right? You went there to get the building ability for the schematic. You don't have to make it every time. Yes, right, Ming? Right? Right? Yes. Okay. Good. Good auto build. Good. Good. Yeah. I mean, you can blueprint. You can save your favorite build, so you can save your bike, your hover bike build as a favorite, so you don't have to worry about that too much. Yep. Let's get back to reading for a minute. Apparently on a windswept night. Nice. I didn't write in second person very much since it was an unusual method of storytelling in general, but I thought it would add an overall atmosphere to the story. Having a faceless narrator address you as you is a bit more unsettling, I think, than in first or third person narrative, which is most standard. A monster truck? Nice. We love that. I have like 400 posts. I don't redeem them very often. You're gonna make a Gundam? Make a Gundam. Gundams are cool. Make a Gundam. 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 I don't really build very often. I don't like build contraptions. I have like 1,000 capsules I don't fucking use. Oh, go to Lookout Landing and talk to that weird sand thing and where Ralphie is. His name isn't Ralphie, is it? But go look at that weird ass statue in Lookout Landing. You have a pose now. Go talk to it, motherfucker. Yeah, Robbie. Robbie's the name. Go talk to it now, Bolivia. You have a pose though, so talk to it. I think you need pose to trigger the statue. Is what I assume. That's my assumption. Because I only did something after I went to do thing. Yeah, you do you. I found Match Sword. I'm not gonna pull it until I have got all the tiers. Nice. I mean, like, besides from the depths, Ming, or just from the depths? Because the depths gives you decays, which is normal. I found that because of you, kind of. I found that because you told me, but I didn't know what you meant until I found it myself. I was like, oh, that's what you meant. Back to reading. We're almost done reading. We're almost done. I suppose, this narrator is a character in her own right, and she does occasionally offer her own thoughts and remarks upon the events in the story, which that make the narration first person and sad. I wonder. Rocks. I don't know. Oh, you have to break the decays first? That would explain why I randomly got a Gerudo Claymore today. Interesting. But want to compare stats, which one will be better? Interesting. We're learning so much. I know who said you don't learn anything from video game streaming. Am I right, Bolivia and Ming? Who says? Oh yeah, first I forgot. Exclamation mark S-O Ming. Ming streams on YouTube, so I can't. So Ming is lucky to not be able to have clips shown. Ming is lucky, no clips being shown. Isn't the clips player is broken still? Yep. I mean, if you have, because Bruno hates them. Bruno hates getting clips played, and also most times it's embarrassing clips. Also, the clips are broken. I don't know if it breaks sometimes. So like if I do, yes, clips. If I were to do our favorite command, it plays a bit and then just freezes after.
Like, honestly. Yeah, I streamed and watched it.
See? It froze. It's very sad. Very sad, I know. It might just be my clips player itself is the problem. I might look into a new clips player at some point. I keep forgetting to do that. I'm also lazy. Anyways. Reading. The use of second-person narrative was also inspired in part by Slay the Princess by Abby Howard, which is Slay the Princess is a good game. Don't worry about it, Ming. What's a live stream without distractions? I can't wait for Slay the Princess to be out fully for release. They have a demo of it. It's fun. Very fun. Where are we? Howard Abbey, which is a visual novel with rather unusual presentation, which I enjoyed a lot. I also pulled some inspiration from Optimal Conditions Optimal Conditions for a Sacrifice by Mazzini. Mozini. Mozini. I'm lost. Where to go? Here we go. My Mozanasis, which has a looping narrative like the one present in It Gets So Lonely Here. A lot of meta elements and very beautiful artwork. Mozini actually agreed to work with me on the art before It Gets So Lonely Here, which made me really excited about this project. I think her art is gorgeous. It is, in fact, very gorgeous. I liked looking at it. It really captures the fairy tale aesthetic I was going for. I'm very honored that she agreed to work with me. I'll probably say more things about the story. I could probably say more about the story, but that's enough for now. Once again, I hope you enjoyed your time spent with it. Though if you check the art gallery, isn't there a picture which is still locked? I wonder where that could be. Maybe you should go through the story again. You might find something that'll surprise you. I already have, though I lost it because you deleted everything. But that's fine. I don't hold it against you that much. I do. But anyways, that was It Gets So Lonely Here. It's free if you want to experience it yourself on your own time for fun. Maybe go a different order and just for some reason for fun. You forgot what the last one was. Well, fuck you, both of you. We could just sit here again. Just skipping it again. Skipping everything. I'm in macro again. I'm not gonna read it. I'm not gonna read though. I'm not reading it this time. I'm. Wow. Yes. You. Yes. Dark. I bet. You kid. So what you could the sheep you perhaps you which you are I would you should you the it you no you yep why you it's you clean you Anyway. Thanks everyone for hanging out. I need to find someone to raid. I can just like start saying my spiel without raiding someone, without finding a raid. Let's see. Is it Uno? They're playing Uno. Or let's see. Anyone playing our favorite game? No! No one's playing our favorite game ever. It's so sad. We need more people playing our favorite game. We need more people playing our favorite video game. So sad. No one is playing our favorite video game. Oh, let's see. Happening. It looks like what? It looks like you're dead inside or falling asleep. I'm not. My voice is tight. My voice is just dying in general from reading. I also need to shower soon, which is probably why. Yeah, that is why. Okay, this person is not ending soon. I still forgot. I forgot to set up the thing. We're like, oh yes, here's the raid messages, but nope, I do that. I keep saying I'll do things, but I don't do things ever. It's hilarious. Alright, let's get I misspelled their name. How? There's a D. It's past tense, not Not current tense. Present tense. Current tense is not a fucking word. Our favorite raid message, as always, we got our favorite one, this one. For the non-subs, I will quickly run to find one. I'll run to find one on my desktop. But on my browser, I don't have saves on my fucking thingy, apparently. My OBS for some stupid reason. The non-sub raid message, there we go. Once again, thank you for coming. Hope you all enjoyed this very non-yandere visual novel. I will do squats tomorrow when I am not gonna die. When I'm not going to fucking die and don't need to shower after streaming. I will do that tomorrow. Probably. If I don't forget. Yeah, anyway, yeah, thanks for hanging out, Olivia, Ming. Thanks for stopping by real quick. Thanks to everyone else. Thanks for the raid again, K, T. And hope you all have a good afternoon and rest of the evening. Or good afternoon and rest of the evening as if it started. I'm great at this.